extraordinarily strong language from Donald Trump. These are his most outspoken comments of the kind to date, and they reveal the extent of his frustration, I think, with Benjamin Netanyahu and his concern that an agreement with Iran could easily be derailed by what's happening in Lebanon. There is thought to be real anger, certainly real frustration in the White House about the way that Benjamin Netanyahu has handled the conflict in Lebanon against Hezbollah.
The BBC's David Willis, the U.S.-Iran deal to be signed Friday, a ceremony in Geneva. The lack of details has some members of Congress clamoring for more information on the agreement. More primaries in the books. In Georgia, Trump-endorsed Republican Congressman Mike Collins will face Democratic Senator John Ossoff in the fall. Rick Jackson has won the Georgia GOP gubernatorial runoff. In Alabama, Congressman Barry Moore, backed by President Trump, wins the U.S. Senate GOP runoff, challenging Democrat Everett Weiss in the general election. 15 people have been charged with interfering with the enforcement of federal immigration law in Minnesota. Among other things, they're accused of shadowing ICE agents.
Such stalking and other direct actions against law enforcement are criminal, they're un-American, and they'll be met with swift justice.
Price of oil continues to fall. Brent crude is now below $80. Futures are down 21 points. NASDAQ futures up 159. The S&P futures.
I'm Kirk Cameron. Is health insurance eating up your budget for 2026? If you're looking for ways to better steward your finances, consider this. Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's a health insurance alternative at half the cost. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. While I tell you when to join, what to pay, and where to go, CHM is different. As a ministry, CHM allows you to share the burden of medical bills with other Christians. You can enroll, switch programs, or leave at any time. Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's a world of difference. CHM has 4 flexible programs. You can pick any certified doctor, surgeon, or hospital that you want for eligible care. So make the switch. Take your paycheck back from health insurance this year. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. That's chministries.org/wellness.
In a showdown between a yacht and a warship, who do you suppose wins? Well, in this case, thankfully, a full-blown showdown was averted.
The British military says it is investigating after a private yacht reported being fired at by a Russian warship outside UK territorial waters. Russia's defense ministry says their crew tried to contact the yacht when it was seen sailing on what they say was a dangerous course near the ship, launching flares, issuing sound signals, and says when the yacht did not respond, their crew then fired warning shots with small arms. The BBC reported that the yacht, which has no motor, had drifted towards the Russian vessel in foggy conditions. No damage or injuries were reported. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
The UN Secretary General is visiting Haiti as the number of people left homeless by gang violence surges to 1.5 million. Latest statistics show that 2,300 people have been killed across Haiti so far this year. Townhall.com. It's a mixed bag of news regarding America's infant death rate.
Infant mortality in the U.S. dropping to a new all-time low last year to below 5.4 deaths per 1,000 live births. That's considered a significant decline from about 5.5 in 2024 and 5.6 per 1,000 live births in the 2 preceding years, translating to hundreds of fewer infant deaths per year. The CDC posted the data in late May, but Tuesday issued an in-depth analysis. While the U.S. rate has gone down over the decades, it has remained higher than other high-income countries. I'm Julie Walker.
Ever since Kevin Warsh was nominated to lead the Fed, a question has lingered. Will he seek to raise interest rates to tame inflation or cut them, as President Trump has long demanded? Today, Warsh could provide the first hints of an answer. He'll oversee his first Fed policy meeting as chair. More on these stories at Town Hall.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on 2 huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the second annual mega sale, go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Good morning, and thank you for waking up with us on this Wednesday, June 17th, here on the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm in the captain's chair this morning, filling in for Dan. He's in D.C. He was at the Watch Night Party, and boy, was it a blast. Now, let's get the day started off with the weather. I'm not going to do the sports. It's Outside the Box with the Ox, and then your host, John Fredericks. And bringing you today's weather update is the Godzilla Wins radio show. For the best insight, analysis, and picks, watch and listen to Godzilla Wins Saturday mornings from 9 to 11 all across the John Fredericks Media Network. Plus, to get John's daily sports picks, go to GodzillaWins.com. Once again, that's GodzillaWins.com. Now, starting in Richmond, looks like it's going to reach a high of 91 degrees today. Tonight, a low of 71 and partly cloudy. In Washington, D.C., today is going to reach a high of 88 degrees. Tonight, partly cloudy skies and a low of 73. In Philadelphia, you may see some thunderstorms this afternoon, reaching a high of 84 degrees, but tonight looks like it's going to reach a low of 69 and partly cloudy skies. Moving along to Pittsburgh, you may see some showers this morning, reaching a high of 82 degrees, but otherwise it's going to be sunshine today. Tonight, you can see some thunderstorms, reaching a low of 69 degrees. In Nashville, today's going to be partly sunny, reaching a high of 91 degrees. Tonight looks like it's going to reach a low of 75, and you may see some thunderstorms in the area. In Morgantown, they expect today to reach a high of 83 degrees. You may see some morning showers this morning, otherwise mostly sunny skies. Tonight, a low of 70 degrees, and you may see some thunderstorms late tonight. And lastly, we are in Atlanta. It looks like it's going to reach a high of 84 degrees with some thunderstorms in the area. Tonight is going to be cloudy and humid, reaching a low of 72 degrees. That's your weather update here on the John Fredericks Media Network. Up next, Outside the Box with the Ox.
Ezekiel saw the wheel, unidentified flying objects that people say they are seeing now. Are they proof that we are being visited by civilizations from other stars? Or just what are they?
Roman Catholic Archdiocese Chief Exorcist Monsignor Stephen Rossetti says they're demons, likely for the most part. The Christian Post reports that he said demons may be pretending to be aliens from another planet as a deception. Citing Ephesians, he reminds Christians to put on the armor of God as we're in spiritual warfare, whether we know it or not. The story tells how Rossetti's dealings with those suffering demonic affliction sometimes include spirits manifesting in the physical realm as orbs of light or even beast-like creatures. He admonishes us not to be distracted by all this and instead focus on Jesus. The Monsignor also says that regarding actual life from other planets, he sees that as theologically neutral. So for those determined to believe that maybe some of these instances are really extraterrestrial visitors challenging our institutions of faith, 10 will get you 20 that they would also have to revere an almighty creator of time, space, and dimension. God, obviously, because thinking outside the box, if they're so advanced to be here from light years away, they could never be ignorant enough to believe they and their world exist because of a chance asteroidal microbe crashing into their planet a trillion years ago, spawning a livable planet teeming with millions of life forms, and wow, the same thing happened to this planet.
Not hardly.
Well, here outside the box with the Ox in the Eastern Time Zone and now in West Virginia on the John Fredericks Media Network.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild.
They want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sports. They're going to open up their border.
Trump hits the speed dial.
Thank you for calling in on such short notice.
You came first, John.
Wake up with the John Fredericks Show weekday morning, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on JFMN.TV, the massive J-Fred radio network, and all across the social.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Ann runs our company. She's the CEO. Just before I start, our company started, we were basically homeless. Joe understands how tough things were after the 2008 debacle that we went through. We lived in basically a motel for 2 years. We had no home. We had no money. We had nothing. When we started this business, my wife started it with $200 that she borrowed from my mother. And now we have the largest independent conservative sports news network in America on radio. This woman did it. My son endured no money, nothing for years. We had to scrap to get him a birthday present, scrap to get him a Christmas present. But this young man has been so resilient. He pitches for Maryland. I'm so proud of him, Joe. Thank you. Thank you for coming. And you have to stay here. You can't go out. I know you want to leave, but let me just put this up here because it's easier for me to get my mic here. Listen, tonight is our night. Tonight is our night. Tonight is the night that we are sending a message right here. We're sending a message to the Democrats that we are done with one-party rule that has destroyed this city. We are a factor. We are sending a message tonight, quite frankly, to the establishment, DC GOP, that does nothing, stands for nothing, does nothing for you, and basically we want to engage. This is our start right here. You are our people in the trenches. We can sit around getting 5% of the vote and go to cocktail parties at the Capitol Hill Club and do nothing for $1,000. Or we can come to meetings, we can get engaged, and we can win with you. You know, here's the bottom line. Ann and I came here in November of 2024, just after Trump got elected. It was our second time here. The first time I came, went home on the weekends. Second time, we moved here. Ann comes on the weekend, in November, Thanksgiving, looks out the window, walks around, can't go on the metro, can't go on a bus. 71 tents outside her window at McPherson Square. She says, John, I love you. I can't do this. I'm going back to Pittsburgh, where we got exiled from Biden, and you can come home on the weekends and things will work out. 18 months later, she said to me a month ago, you know what? I could retire here. That's what President Trump has done. He has revitalized this city. The Democrats don't want to tell you this. They don't want you to know what he's done. Here's what has happened with President Trump in this city in 18 months, and it can be done. We have revitalized Washington, D.C. It is now safe. It is now secure. It is now beautiful. When we came here, you don't have to live in squalor and filth. You can choose to live a better way. And that is with cleanliness and beauty in Washington, D.C. You know what? We stand around, we look at these cities, and we say, you know what? The urban decay is such, we can't do anything. President Trump in 18 months has done it. You go on the metro, you can ride it. You go in the parks or the squares, there's no tents, there's no homeless. You ride the buses, they're safe. Crime is down 38%. Carjacking's down 40%. I could go on and on and on. Who did this? President Trump did it. President Trump did it because he had a vision, and he said we can fix urban America. We can do this. Together, we can change Washington, D.C. And you're in the trenches. Here's the deal. The Democrats are going to elect a candidate tonight that is some communist whack job. That's what they're going to do. And here's what they're going to say. Here's what they're going to say. We want to free D.C. Free D.C. from what? What do you want to free us from? You want to free us from lower crime? You want to free us from no filth? You want to free us from less rats? You want to free us from no squalor? You want to free us from no carjackings? What on earth do you want to free us from? You want to free us from taxes? What do you want to do? Nobody calls them out. We have a party that refuses to engage. Tonight marks the start of our engagement with the Democrats right here in Ward 2 with you.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee Sit back and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man you want on that wall, the man you need on that wall, John Fredericks.
Well, good morning. Great to be here. I'm John Fredericks, and I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America. We had a late night. Is that how you say it? Late night last night. Michael Coleman at the controls. Dan Hobgood, my normal morning producer, was with us last night. He'll be here in about an hour and a half or so. But great to have you with us today. And Mike, I really expect that. I really didn't expect that when I got in, Mike. I don't know how you did that because you were up so late last night doing this, but what a great night we had. I want to thank everybody for their support. We had a phenomenal night. I got elected handily. We got 93% of the vote. So we blew out whatever the write-in candidate was that they were trying to mount here to stop us, stop our movement at the last minute. We got 94% of the vote. And I'm now officially elected Ward 2 chairman. And so here's the deal. Thank you. We had a great turnout last night at the iconic City Tavern. We had over 100 people. Place was packed. Want to give a lot. I got so many thanks to give. Christina Goodlander, my political director in Washington, D.C., the vice chair of the D.C. GOP, did an unbelievable job in putting this together. Brandy was there. Lindsay Rowland, who you'll see tomorrow on D.C. Dispatch, did a super job. All my team was just awesome. Santana was there. Trent, want to thank them from WV Sports Nation. Want to thank Dan for coming and helping us out. And, of course, my wife, Ann, and my son, Joe, were there as the greeters. It was quite the night. And so I'm sure I left some people out. But, you got to start somewhere. And the energy in that room, I got to tell you, people were coming up to me last night, Michael Coleman, and saying, look, I've been here. I've been involved in the party for years. I've never seen a room with this much energy in 10, 15 years. Just tremendous energy in that room last night. 100 people, our supporters. And we couldn't have done this without all of our donors and those that contributed to my campaign that we started basically from scratch. And I want to thank everybody. I tried to reach out to many of you. We'll continue to do that. But we just had a great night last night. And I want to thank everybody for doing this. I want to thank Ryan Hammett for putting it on with Mike. And Mike, that was great getting that clip. I was not expecting that this morning. So thank you very much. It was just a great night. And I was look, I'm not going to lie to you. I was fired up last night because, you get into an event like that and it's a Ward 2 chair. It's not like I'm, running for mayor or something, Congress. And, you get 120 people and they're excited and they paid for it. It's not like this thing was free. I mean, it was $50 a ticket. And just give shout outs to so many people. I want to thank Brandon Beach, who basically electrified the crowd last night. Morgan Griffith, who's cool. He had a great speech about, how you start with nothing. And that was fabulous. And so just so many great things last night. But Corey couldn't make it. He's overseas with the president. I saw my friends last night. I saw Neil was there. I got to meet his wife. You have one of these events, and I want to thank Jim Pfaff. I got to see Myra again. You had so many of her friends there. Mike Clancy, I'll be doing his debate tonight. I want to thank Mike for coming all the way from, I think, Haymarket or something, pretty far, an hour away. And Jim Dorm, thank you, Jim, for popping in last night. You're all so far. We had a lot of people from out of town, but it was just a great night. And you got to start somewhere, right? And we put a lot of work in this. Goodlander and Roland really worked hard on it. So Christina Goodlander, my political director, vice chair, DC GOP, an extraordinary young lady. I mean, just that, I've surrounded myself with the best listeners like you and the best people. This is how we've been successful. I just, I was in awe last night of how many great people that we have within our sphere, within both our political realm of the party, with WV Sports Nation, with the John Fredericks Media Network, just great people. And, I kind of was like, I had Dan, I was talking to Dan or Ryan. I'm like, we're like the only two guys here. Like, I've surrounded myself with these powerful women all over the place, and they're making the whole thing go, including my wife, Ann. But thank you. And thank you, Michael Coleman, for what did Coleman do last? He came in, he did the pregame show at 12:30. Then he did our show at 7:30. Then he's now in at 5 o'clock a.m. He's got to do another pregame show today at 12:30. Dan is with me. We let him sleep in a little bit today. But, all of this stuff, it's just amazing how many great people that it takes to put this together. And so I want to thank everybody. And now, listen, I have a voice, your voice in D.C. I'm elected. This is why we wanted to do this. We didn't want to get appointed like we were, because then you serve at the pleasure of somebody, our chairman, Patrick Mara, who's really the ridiculousness of what's going on in this party is just, I had enough. And I try, everybody knows this. I tried to work with these people. I mean, I tried, even after he threw me out of the party for asking questions, I called him up 2 times and sent him a text. And I'm like, look, we're getting 5% of the vote. We need to work together, whatever the beef is. Let's just, have a cup of coffee and figure it out. The guy's been here. You've seen him on my show. I mean, I reached out to him. I've always been a gentleman to him. And they want to shrink the party. I want to grow it. They want to shrink it. And that's the problem we have in so many of these Republican enclaves, is you have people that are in control that they don't want to grow it. They just want to keep it small, to control it all, to have their badge on. That's basically the bottom line. And you know what? We're not going to do that, especially not here in the nation's capital, where we have a president who has beautified and electrified this city into cleanliness and safety. We're not going to just stand around and not put out his message. Let me put it that way. We're just not going to do that. And so we decided to engage. We want the Republicans to engage. We want to take the fight to them. I don't care if you start with 5 or 6 or 7%. You've got to take the fight to them where you can't win. The only shot you don't make is the one you don't take. That one you're never going to make. And so this is not easy. It was a long haul. We started this thing in January trying to get signatures, and they tried to tank that. Do you know that when we had gotten our signatures, they kept telling me they were going to get them for me, and I didn't believe them. And then we were friends back then. I just knew it. Ever have an instinct? Oh yeah, we're going to get your signatures. Don't worry about it. You'll be fine. They kept telling me you'll be fine. Well, how many do you have? Oh, well, I don't know, but a lot. Well, how many? Can I come and see them? No, we got a lot. No, they didn't have any. Yeah, every signature we got, me and Christina Goodlander and my team got to get on the ballot. And then when we had the signatures, here's what they tried to do. And I'm gonna now, because I'm elected and they can't shut my mic down, I'm gonna say this publicly. They called Goodlander, my political director, vice chair of the DC GOP. They contacted her and wanted her to tank my signatures, like lose them. Hey, John, I lost them. Hey, they were stolen. Hey, I can't find them. Or just not show on filing day. So they were so petrified of our movement here that they asked my political director, the vice chair of the DC GOP, to tank my signatures on filing day. Now, I never said this publicly, but I'm going to say it now. This is the reality of what you're fighting here. Could you imagine all the work we did to get our signatures, and they contact my political director, who is my campaign manager and my treasurer, vice chair of the DC GOP, and they tell her, look, is there a way you can just not file these? Lose them. Say, hey, John, I don't know what happened to them. And then he can't make the ballot. Can you imagine that? All the work that we did? This is what you're dealing with here. And you know what? I don't think they understand who their opposition is. You're looking at a guy that lived in his car. You're looking at a guy that couldn't feed his child. You're looking at a guy that was homeless for 4 years. You think you're going to tank my signatures? You think you're going to, go to the Washington Post and say that I was this or that, and that's going to deter me? Do you have any idea what I've gone through? what my family has gone through? What that 21-year-old that you saw, 22 now, that 22-year-old that you saw up there on that screen had nothing. This kid grew up with nothing. Saturn with no air conditioning. Sleeping in the car in the back seat when we went to baseball events because we couldn't afford a hotel. Do you have any idea what this family went through? And you think you're going to deter me by tanking my signatures? Mara, I don't think so. Okay? No. We've been through too much. We have too many great people that believe in our cause and believe in what we're doing. And we're just not going to stand around and take it. Because we have you. I want to thank you. I want to thank Michael Coleman. Michael, that was beautiful you put together. And we have a great team. But all of you listening to me right now are on our team. And thank you. John Fredericks Media Network, your Godzilla of the Truth in America. Hopkins is coming there about 7:30, and we can check him out. So we're going to have a lot of fun today. We got Jim Cale coming. I don't even know who's on, Mike. I haven't even seen the schedule, but we'll figure it out. Coleman and me like old times, baby. Let's go. We'll be right back. Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
For the first time ever, we're bringing you My Pillow mattresses and mattress toppers for as low as $99.98. Remember, sleep's all about temperature and pressure points. Whatever sleep needs you have, we have the right technology for you. Like our My Pillow mattress topper, our queen size has over 10,000 individual comfort supports to help relieve your pressure points. And how about our 3-inch Hybrid Plus mattress topper? It's infused with copper and silver to help your body get the restorative sleep it needs. And our My Pillow and Case Coil mattresses, I personally helped develop these mattresses to make sure they have everything needed to give us great sleep. Plus, they're made right here in the USA, and they ship right to your front door, absolutely free.
Go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla to get MyPillow mattresses and toppers for as low as $99.98 and free shipping.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging calcium alpha-ketoglutarate, which has been clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Trying to get our 2 boys ready to carry them to golf tournament for practice, right? 12 cats live across the road. Our door's open. Screen's broke. We need to get a new screen door, but the screen's broke, so you can come in through the screen, but you can't get back out of it. I turn and look, there's a little kitty cat in our kitchen. So I said, "What are you doing in here, little kitty cat?" By that time, the cat turns, tries to get back out. That screen won't go that way. Cat starts going, meow, all crazy. And I told our players, we need more dogs. Bo's barking in the back. I have to go shut Bo up. Mel's like, "What's going on?" I said, "There's a cat in the house." "Cat in the house?" I said, "Yeah, there's a cat in the house." So I told our players, I tried to let it out the front door. Meow, meow, the cat's still going crazy in there. And I told our players, you need to be more like a dog. We don't need a bunch of cats in here. Meow, looking in the mirror. Do I look good? I got my extra bands on. I got my other shoes on. Be a dog. We don't need no meows. We don't need no cats. We need more dogs.
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Well, you got him. John Fredericks, your Godzilla of the truth in America. Michael Coleman at the controls today. Dan Hopkins is going to be here in about an hour. Thanks for joining us today. As always, look, I got home very late last night and up very early to be here, as I knew Coleman was ready to go. And same thing with him. So if there's ever a day you wanted to call in, it's today, because quite frankly, we have nothing prepared for you today other than our guests coming on. I can, though, tell you it looks like in Georgia, Burt Jones has gone down. Got President Trump's endorsement. He got Brian Kemp's endorsement. And it looks like he went down to Ricky Jackson, who spent $100 million. And money does matter, no question about it. And Jackson won handily a lot. I mean, he was ahead. And then Burt Jones caught up to him. He got all the endorsements. Lieutenant Governor, friend of ours, FOJ, good guy. But he went down last night. And Ricky Jackson is going to be the new governor because he's going to beat Bottoms or whoever their ridiculous nominee is. On the Senate side, Derek Dooley, who was endorsed by Brian Kemp, who I thought would maybe pull out a victory, did not. He got beat pretty handily by Mike Collins. Mike Collins is going to be the candidate for U.S. Senate in Georgia. Do I think Mike Collins can beat John Ossoff? The answer is no. I don't. I hope he does. Certainly do everything I can to help him. I have no relationship with him, so I really met the guy one time, and I endorsed Vernon Jones over him for Congress, and so he hasn't talked to me since. I've reached out, couldn't get him to take the olive branch. So, you know, look, Vernon Jones have been with me forever, and President Trump endorsed Vernon Jones, and you know, I'm all in. But Collins refuses to talk to me for life, so you know, it is what it is. But I do wish him the best. But there's a situation in Georgia. And anyway, it was great to see Marcy McCarthy last night. I haven't seen her in a while. She's been so busy at the Pentagon. So great to see you, Marcy, if you've tuned in. And great to see Christine Glasner last night. So I got to see a lot of my friends who don't always make it to these things, or you know, that I don't always see because everybody's running in different directions. So that's one of the great things about one of these events is you get to see friends that you basically just haven't caught up with. Jim Pfaff was there, as I said, and Myra. Neil was there last night, one of my best friends in the world. I got to meet his wife for the first time. So kind of fun when you're able to do that. 888-480-JOHN. Michael doesn't bite. 888-480-5646 if you want to weigh in. The president is just having a great G7 meeting with all the right people. It looks like this Iran deal is going to hold. We haven't seen anything to the contrary of it. The signing is Friday. Today is Wednesday. We got 2 more days. There's going to be a public signing of this peace treaty. Gas prices are already coming down now. They're going to plummet. The strait is being opened as we speak. The mines are getting swept as we speak. So far, the Iranians are holding their end of the bargain. And I think it's a great deal because a deal means they can't get a nuke. The straits are open. We're going to control it. They can't. There'll be no tolls or any of that nonsense. Look, if they want to charge a fee for their services, that has nothing to do. You want to pay it or not. If you want their services, that's up to you. That's been in the negotiation. They can charge a fee for service if people want to pay it for whatever services they're giving. I mean, I could do that, right? Anybody could do that in a free international water, but there'll be no tolls. There'll be no restrictions. The oil is going to flow. We're going to get more oil than ever. It's amazing how the Democrats are saying how bad things are, and the oil is not going to flow, and we've drained our petroleum reserve. I remember in the first term when oil went down to under $50 a barrel, President Trump said, "Fill the reserves to the brim. Buy every drop you can at under $50 and fill it to the brim." Well, you buy it when it's $50 and you fill it up, and then when it's $100, you release it to the public, and then when it's $50, you fill it up again. I mean, what is the criticism here? I mean, everything the guy has done makes perfect sense. What exactly are you criticizing? I have no earthly idea. I really don't. I don't even know what they're doing. 888-480-JOHN. You want to weigh in? 888-480-56. Where are my callers today after last night? I would expect we'd have some. The least you can do is call me and congratulate and getting 93% of the vote, Mike. In fact, I gotta get Coleman here to open up his mic. Coleman, open up your mic because it's been a while since you've been on the air, and you got to fill in for Dan. You got to fill in for this one, fill in for that one. We have another pregame show coming today. I don't even know what time it is, Mike, but it's good to have you with us, Mike.
Good to be here. Good to be here. I'm bright-eyed and bushy-tailed as much as I can be.
You and me both. I don't know what time I got back last night.
Oh yeah, I went to sleep around. I took naps throughout the day, so don't feel worried about me being tired. So was it? Yeah, the pregame show did that yesterday. Then had to do the you got a caller calling in, but the pregame show, then the 5 o'clock show, then your watch night, and then the Pirates game didn't end till like 1 something in the morning.
Oh my God!
I just took naps throughout the day.
And then you got to do another pregame show today, right?
Mm-hmm.
Same time, 12:30. Another pregame show. Big win for the Mountaineers last night. As now they got to get to the finals, they got to beat North Carolina twice. I think we're going to do it. I think we're getting to the finals. I mean, Ann and I said this on my show yesterday. We booked our flight. We booked our hotel. We prepaid our hotel for Omaha. We're going on Friday morning. And I have no doubt that we are going to win these 2 games. They've done it before. They did it with Kentucky. They're going to do it again. They should have beat North Carolina the first game. They blew out Troy yesterday. As I said in my pregame show, they were going to blow them out. Troy was not going to be able to compete after they had no. I said, as soon as you get in the bullpen, the game's over. They got into the bullpen, the game was over. I mean, as soon as you got there. So, it's all good. But we got another one coming up today, 12:30, and game at 2. Mountaineers going to win this game, and then North Carolina's going to have to beat Max Yell in the critical final game that goes to the finals. When it'll be it'll be the true elimination game. So I think we're going to the finals, and we'll see who we play. Huge victory last night for Georgia. I think Mike. I guess Georgia, when I went to bed, they were up. They were up big. I'm not. If Texas came back, I have no earthly idea, but they were up big. So looks like Georgia's now going to have to beat Oklahoma twice. So Georgia and Mountaineers in the same position. They got to win the next 2 games, against the same team in order to get to the finals. And my prediction of the finals, Georgia, West Virginia. I think both of them win these games, and it's going to be quite the dogfight going into the finals. Okay, let's get to the phone lines. Let's get to Kathy in Prince George, line 1. Kathy, you're live. Thanks for calling in and bailing me out when I have no material today.
That's right. This is Kathy and Skip from Prince George wanting to congratulate you on your win.
Thank you. Thank you, Kathy and Skip.
I don't think there's anyone that fights as hard as you do.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Kathy and Skip and Prince George. And what do you guys, I know you guys have been active for a long time, been long time listeners. What do you see out there? What's your feeling of what do you think is going to happen in the midterms?
Well, I think if gas prices go down and prices of some other things go down, we might have a chance.
Well, listen, I think, yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, when you watch the news and you watch both sides of it, you just don't know what to think. But when we listen to you, it seems real. You seem to always put it out there in a good way that makes sense. So I choose to listen to you.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you. Thanks, Skip, too. I really appreciate that. Truth and clarity is what we stand for. We try to cut through the nonsense. And, as I've said everybody before, our company is not based on clickbait, which is freeing because we have traditional legacy advertisers that fund the company because they want to get to our audience like Kathy and Skip to buy their products or what they're advocating to believe and try to persuade them for what they're doing, if it's advocacy or candidate ads. So they want to engage our audience. And when you're out of the clickbait business, you're free to tell the truth. When your company is based on who's going to hit that button and who's going to download your stuff, you have to feed the beast what they want to hear, or you collapse. And that skews your narrative. It is, it's as simple as that. And I've been telling people this was coming for years, and now it's upon us. The clickbait on the right is frightening, and they have to feed the beast. There are people that want to hear what they want to hear, and they don't care what it is, whether it's true or not. That's what they want to hear. And if you feed them that, they'll click on it, and ads will serve up, and you'll get a check. And if you don't, they won't, and then you don't make any money. So you are a slave to the click. We are not. Ann and I are not. Our audience is not. We're very different. So that has allowed us to be free. So thank you. Thank you, and Skip, for all you do. Thank you, Kathy, and thank you for the call.
Did you know that Morrissey's running for Petersburg City Council?
Let's go! Is he going to win? Let's go, Joe!
Well, yeah. Congratulations again, John.
Thank you, Kathy. Let's go, Joe Morrissey, baby. Let's get that city council seat. See, I love Joe as a fighter, too, right? He got bashed in the teeth eight ways to Wednesday, and he's still out there fighting for city council. And there's nothing better that can happen to the city of Petersburg than Joe Morrissey, because he'll fight for you. And Joe's a good guy, and he's a great public servant. He really is. He serves his people. I want him on council. I want him in that council seat. Petersburg's a big area for us. I love Petersburg. I love how it's been revitalized, and Joe's going to be excellent. And I think one day he'll be mayor. And maybe he'll retire and go be his chief of staff in Petersburg. You never know what's going to happen. Kathy. Okay. I got Steve. I got Larry. I got Rob. We got to get to Larry. My new voiceover. Larry's got a new career as a radio voiceover. Larry, great to have you. Larry in Rich Vegas.
John, excellent. I got to watch your victory party last night. And all I can say is you're not just the light on the hill. You're the high beam on the hill because you're trucking the truth across America.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you.
And you're welcome. You're welcome. I enjoyed it. I wish I could have been there with y'all and everything. Just my job and everything when my new post wouldn't allow me to do that. But it was such a good. It was just a good time watching you having fun. Everybody's speeches were excellent. I can't remember, it was 4 or 5 gentlemen that spoke after you. They were all great. Looks like the Republican Party's got some people now in D.C. that are going to actually do something. Your campaign manager, she was awesome. And all I can say is they do not know what just hit them. You got them running in their boots, shaking in their boots. They're going to try to jump into the reflecting pool to cool down, but ain't going to happen. You got them going, brother.
Thank you. You know, as Ann said last night to me, she said, "Boy, John, they decided to mess with the wrong guy. They just like anybody they could have." She said, "Of anybody they could have picked a fight with for no reason, you are the last one to do this with. They just don't get it." And she said, "You know, good luck to them poking the bear." I mean, I tried to work with them. I tried hard to work. I couldn't do it. They threw me out. And now I'm elected and they can't do a damn thing. And we're going to grow this thing and take it over, period. So, and we're going to make
it. I see that. The core people y'all had there last night, you know, just proves how you get the right people, the right place at the right time. You can do anything. All you got to do is have the want to. Just do it. Just like the saying says, just do it. You got to go do it. You got to have the people that want to do it, not the ones that want to sit there in their suits and drink martinis every day. And you got to get down to the grassroots, and you've got a beautiful thing started there. Hopefully, we can do something about that here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. But who knows? Morrissey may start something in Petersburg and it grows. Who knows about that?
Look, I hope Joe wins. I'm a big supporter of Joe's for a long time. He'd have been a great mayor of Richmond when he ran. Now he's running for city council in Petersburg. I mean, you know, look, this guy was a state senator. He was a delegate. He ran for mayor. Now he's running for council in Petersburg. I mean, like, I asked the question, I'm like, why are you running for city council? I mean, you were a state senator. You were a swing vote. You're going to go down. You're running for a council seat in Petersburg. He said, because this is where I live. I want to make a difference. Done. See, like, I get that. This is my new home. I want to make a difference. It can be better. And I'm like, well, that's why you run. That's the exact reason you would run. You want to make it better. And Joe's going to do that. And hope he wins, and I hope you help him out. Larry, you said you have a new...
Speak. Go ahead. I'm sorry, do what? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I heard you have a new job.
You go first.
New post. What is it?
Oh, well, I'm at the main entrance to the museum. So I'm the face of several different things now. It's an important position I have, and I take it seriously. And I'm just grateful that the people who are in charge here have the confidence in me to be the keeper of the gates, so to speak.
Well, that's
of course,
great.
I'm big enough to be the blocker, but... But speaking of Joe, good looking son there you got there, John.
Thank you. Well,
good looking kid.
I'm
glad you're proud of him.
He looks just like his mother.
And you know, and what you talked about last night, what he had to overcome when y'all were down and out, has made him stronger and better and know how to deal with life, especially at an early age now. And I know it was hard, been there myself, but he's going to be a better man because he has a fine example with you and Ann.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome. I could see that last night. How does your other children think about what happened last night?
Well, both of them texted me last night when they, I guess, saw the results online or something, and they were kind of fired up. As you know, Jack runs my websites and the sports division of the company. He's in Arizona. Claire's in Florida. She's doing better. Both of them texted me and said congrats. So yeah, it's all good. And but you know they've all been through a lot with this, but you know Joe endured it because he didn't know any better because he was very young. He was 4 years old or something when all this went down, and but it was tough. I mean, it was tough on him. I didn't say this last night, but you know when I'd cart him around to these baseball tournaments, like we didn't have money for a hotel, so he literally slept in the back seat of the car, and then we would get his uniform on. We had a Saturn, and you know we'd have a little hatchback, and he'd put his spikes on, his uniform on. We'd get him breakfast. He'd go out there and hit a double, and we drive all night because we didn't have any money. I mean, it is what it is, and so you know it is what it is all I can say. And the kid endured a lot, and never complained once to us. I remember one time he wanted something for Christmas. I forget what it was, some electronic digital game. I don't remember what it was, but. We had a very limited amount of money. We had just enough to buy it on sale at Walmart on the midnight sale. Remember the midnight sale they used to have on Thanksgiving night?
Yes,
What they called
yes.
Black Friday. This is before it was online and stuff like that. And you had to go in there and physically buy it. I forget what it was. It was some digital game on TV, and it was like $590, something like that, marked down. To $295, which is all we had, was $300, was marked down, but you had to be there. There was only so many of them, and so you had to be there. So you know, we ate Thanksgiving. We were in the motel, and then we went to the Saturn. We went to Walmart at 8:00, and it was freezing out. We all bundled up, and I got coffee in one of those mugs things, one of those thermoses, and we got the chairs that we would use for baseball, those folding chairs. And blankets, and we got online at 8:00, and Ann and I were online for 4 hours in order to get early enough to get whatever he wanted with the limited money we have. I mean, these are the things that you go through in life that you can't replace it. I mean, we didn't go there to save money. We went there because we didn't have any money. There's a difference when you say, "Oh, I'm going to save $200 and get online," and then there's, "This is all I have. This is what my child wants. This is all I have to the penny. And the only way that I can get it is by going there at 8:00 and being online for 4 hours till they open the door." I mean, these are the memories that you have, because he was with my mother that night, bless her heart. But these are the memories you have that, kind of get swept under the rug. And that's why when a guy like Patrick Mara, tries to carve us out, like, you have no idea what you're dealing with here, dude. I mean, you just have no idea. Just leave me alone, right? I was nice to you. I was a gentleman. I had you on my show. He was right here in the studio 3 times. Why are you doing that? You're messing with the wrong family, okay? We've been through a lot, dude. And so's my boys. I mean, my son had to drive, he had no money for college. I couldn't pay for it. He had to take out all these loans in order to finish Ole Miss. We went through a lot. But you know what? God has been with us. We've walked through the fire of hell, and here we are, still standing. So thank you, Larry. Thank you. We got Steve. We got who we got here? We got Steve in Virginia. We got Rob in New York coming up. Larry, thanks. By the way, Larry, your voiceovers are great. You missed your call. John Fredericks, Media Network, the Truth.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, "Oh, the Iranians are never going to live by it." But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
What happens in Virginia doesn't stay in Virginia. It influences policy and policymakers nationwide. WJFN W224EB 92.7 FM Chester, W299DB 107.7 Bon Air, 100.5 FM Goochland, and WJFB.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. Team Trump is under pressure from Congress to release details of the U.S.-Iran deal to be signed on Friday in Geneva. The bottom line, according to President Trump, is this: Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. And Mr. Trump describes that as 99.9% of what he sought. The president is venting. He's voicing frustration over Israel's attacks on Iranian-backed Hezbollah in Lebanon.
Now, I'm not happy with the way Israel has handled themselves with Lebanon and with Hezbollah. They should have been able to do the job faster. It just goes on forever. And when that happens, it throws a negative light on the big deal, and that's the deal with Iran.
The president's remarks are generating concern among some backers of Israel, both here in the U.S. and abroad. Mr. Trump says he is delaying the confirmation hearing for Jay Clayton, the president's choice for National Intelligence Director. The hearing put on hold until Clayton's successor as U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York has been confirmed. Primary voting results this morning.
The president's choices have secured the GOP nominations for the U.S. Senate in both Georgia and Oklahoma. Mr. Trump has remained at the center of this year's midterm races. His influence is facing different tests in primaries in 4 states and the District of Columbia.
Correspondent Andrew Stewart says Rick Jackson, who was not endorsed by President Trump, won the Georgia Republican gubernatorial primary. One person is dead following last night's crash of a business jet on a highway in Laredo, Texas. The aircraft burst into flames upon impact. Not clear if the person who died was on the plane or on the ground. Nearby motorists rushed to the burning aircraft. They had hoped to rescue those on board. On Wall Street this morning, the Dow futures are up 17 points. Nasdaq futures 182 points higher. More on these stories, townhall.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6745. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6745. That's 800-575-6745. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
In addition to the pending U.S.-Iran deal and other matters, the G7 summit has discussed the contentious future of AI and U.S. dominance in that realm.
President Donald Trump and other national leaders are closing the formal G7 talks with sessions on the future of artificial intelligence and economic expansion. Several leading AI companies, including OpenAI, Google DeepMind and Anthropic, are attending the sessions on AI and economic growth. The G7 leaders spent the bulk of the meetings on Tuesday discussing the war between Russia and Ukraine and a tentative deal to end the Iran war. Trump did not reveal details of the agreement on the latter, expected to be signed by the US and Iran on Friday in Switzerland. The US president will stop outside Paris for a glitzy dinner at the Palace of Versailles before he jets back to Washington later Wednesday. I'm Charles Dillatasma.
Oil prices continue falling. Brent crude now below $80 per barrel. Townhall.com. Well-known restaurant chain. It's been around for almost 70 years. Parts of that chain are being sold off for a bundle.
Yum Brand said on Tuesday that private equity firm Long Range Capital will buy Pizza Hut's business outside mainland China for about $1.5 billion. Yum China Holdings is purchasing the mainland China operations for about $1.2. Pizza Hut has been struggling in recent years with growing competition from companies like DoorDash and Uber Eats. Pizza Hut was founded by two brothers back in 1958. They say they chose the name of their store in Wichita, Kansas because the sign only had room for 8 letters. Bob Agnew reporting.
There's a new AP Norc poll that has found that most Americans believe that civil liberties, like the right to vote, are under threat these days, but they also continue to firmly agree that the rights expressed in the nation's founding documents are core to this country's identity. More on these stories. Townhall.com.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
Ponder this. It's amazing how many of us choose to go about our daily life without recognizing others who cross our paths each day. Take, for example, your morning walk, run, or workout at the gym. As we encounter others, often we don't make eye contact, let alone smile or greet each other. Listening to music or a podcast with our earbuds is so much more preferable than having to greet others we encounter. As a result, people are becoming more and more disconnected from each other. So let's start a human connection trend. Here's an experiment for you to try. Put your phone and earbuds away for a day while in public. Try to engage others in your path with a simple smile and a kind hello. These simple gestures will become a powerful force in the world. A smile costs nothing, but can be a powerful tool to brighten the day for others. Let your smile be a light for all to see. It's a gesture of love from the Lord. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Trouble getting to sleep and staying asleep is infuriating. Your mind races, you toss and turn. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created REM sleep to help you quickly fall asleep, stay asleep, and sleep deep. Unlike other supplements that don't work, REM sleep is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra-absorption of science-backed ingredients supporting all 4 stages of sleep. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code Godzilla.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Tired of fumbling for your phone, wallet, or keys? Don't put it in your pants, put it in your pocket. Meet T-Pocket, the practical tees, the shirt that keeps it all in reach. Designed in the USA, assembled in the South, these tees feature smart built-in pockets for easy access. Long sleeve, short sleeve, available in most colors, with your favorite teams and logos to come later. Shop the full lineup now at tpocket.net. Fast shipping, easy ordering. Grab yours today and level up your everyday carry. Put it in your pocket with T-Pocket. tpocket.net.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who trucks the truth from coast to coast, John Fredericks.
Well, great to have you. I'm John Fredericks. I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables. Well, we just made it through last night, got 94% of the vote. Somebody tried to mount a write-in campaign to oust me, and we crushed it. So I want to thank our whole team. Want to thank our listeners. Want to thank everybody for this campaign. Very exciting, and it was great. And great victory party last night. It was just awesome. And I want to thank Christina Goodlander, my political director, campaign manager, who basically envisioned this whole thing at the City Tavern. This was her baby, and she pulled it off. The food was great. The drinks were great. Everything was a 10. And one of the most fun nights we've had in a long time. And this is, look, you got to have fun. You got to work hard, but you got to have fun, right? All work and no play makes John and everybody else dull boys. You got to have fun while you're doing it. Work hard, play hard, have fun, enjoy your life while we're on this earth, because that's what God wants us to do. He wants us to enjoy the blessings that He has given us. So, want to thank everybody for that. Thank Christina Goodlander, who's an absolute beast as far as I'm concerned. I mean, and they tried to throw her to the party too. You got to understand what's going on here. When I first joined, they said to me, Patrick Mara said to me, and Christina and Carolina, the executive director, nice enough young lady, they said to me, Mara said, don't ever talk to Goodlander. She's evil. She's bad. She's a cancer. Don't talk to her. We want to get her out. She's bad news. Don't talk to her. Then he's like, don't talk to Joanna Young. She's a committee woman, but don't talk to her either. She's always like causing trouble. Don't talk to any of them, especially Goodlander. Don't talk to her. So I didn't know any better. I'm like, okay, yeah, well, she was for this. He was for that. Don't talk to her. The White House hates her. Okay, I didn't know any better. I didn't talk to her. I take his word on it. And then I'm sitting home one night, and I get this email from her, and she sends out this email, an update on DC, and it was like a really good piece, very well written. I responded to that because I'm a writer. It was very well written and very informative, and I learned a ton. So I just emailed her back. I said, hey, I'm John, this is great. She emailed back. She says, would you like to meet for lunch? And I'm like, well, okay, well, I'm not supposed to talk to you, but yeah, okay, fine. Because your letter was so good. And then I meet this lady for lunch, and I'm like, oh my God, why has she been ostracized? She's like the brightest light we've got. Then I meet Joanna Young at an event, and I'm like, this is one of the toughest women in the district. I mean, I love surrounding myself with tough women. That's how you go places. I mean, it's just my thing. Tough women. And I'm like, why don't they like her? So then I started thinking something's going on here that's wrong, because these are two of the smartest people there that wanted to get something done. They wanted to get something done, and they told me, don't talk to them. They're evil. Yeah, because they want to do something. You want to do nothing. Oh, my God. Well, I don't care anymore. The gloves are off, and his party's a joke. But we're going to change it. Okay, we got Phil Klein, but we got phone calls coming out the wazoo here, Mike. Who should we get to? Who's been on hold the longest? Rob in New York, line 1. Rob, you're live.
Good morning, John.
Thank you.
Thank
you for tuning in to my. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. And it's finally I get a chance, even though it wasn't a huge donation, but finally something I donated to, a campaign I donated to, we have a winner. So,
let's start the trend.
So and again, I wanted to dovetail on what I think it was Cassie, your first caller, what she was saying. I mean, it's great, and we look forward to it, and that's why I'm up here in New York. And even though you cover things way out of my area, but you do tell it like it is. And even there's some things I disagree with you on, which I'll text you on sometimes, and I've shared my positions on things, just like Steve in, Chesapeake. We have a slightly different view on things, but that's okay, because we're adults, and we can do that without name calling and smearing and posting all sorts of nasty crap to social media, because we're not into the clicks. And you're 100% right. You warned us about this 5 years ago. 5 years ago, you warned about the danger of clickbait. So it's good to see it. It's good to see somebody start even It's a great message. Start small, meaning it's a great message to people. Get involved on these local things. I mean, even like Mark Levin used to talk about all the time. He started, but 19 years old, he got elected to his local school board in Virginia. You got to start small. That's how the Democrats do it. They'll spend plenty of time even getting somebody for dog catcher. It's just they're all together. They march forward. We don't agree with their philosophy, but the difference is they're team players. And we look at the GOP. What do? We start attacking each other. Fractures in MAGA, this thing. You can't even get these idiots in Washington to deal on things. They thought Trump was a lame duck the moment he got elected again.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I mean, so it's good to have a show like yours, great callers that come in, some really interesting opinions and views from people in different areas. And I think that's what makes this program really great. So thank you for everything you've done, and congratulations.
Thank you, Rob. And best to your two sons that are home now, right? They're home now for the summer, right? What are they doing?
Yeah, they still have a couple exams. One's working as a lifeguard, and for our local city here, and we live outside in New York City, and the suburbs. And the other one just got a job with the city as well. I don't know exactly what position. He finds out today, but he put in for 3, and they said, you have a position. You'll find out which one it is.
Oh, that's good. Well, look, you got your kids working. That's good.
Yeah, well, it's responsibility. It's kind of like what you're talking about. I mean, I've gone through not as serious of situations like what you went through, but I've had situations. I do have my own practice, and I've been, taking it on the chin many times, and I, didn't have all the fancy stuff for my kids, and exactly the same type of upbringing I had, but I think it builds character. And I think like what you were talking about earlier with Joe, I mean, I identify with that because my kids are going to experience that, and they're smart kids, and Joe's going to go very far, and it's it's not, we don't want our kids to live like that when they're young, but I think the positive part about it is that they'll appreciate, success and hard work a lot more when they see what it's like on the other side, when their parents were struggling and when they had to, sleep in the back of a car. Again, we don't wish that on people, but I think he's going to be very successful. And that's the way I look at it with my kids. You're welcome. The same with my kids. They have very good grades. They're working. We're doing college tours. So hopefully they pick schools down south, which is interesting. I have a friend who's like one of those old school, like JFK, Truman type of Democrats, and his kids are older than mine. I saw him last Saturday, 2 Saturdays ago. He looks at my kids. He says, make sure they go to a school in a red state. This is a Democrat. He
gets it.
Now, granted, he's not an insane Democrat. He says it's crazy. Well, he's Jewish, and and he went to Cornell, and he's like, look at the crap that's going on in my beloved Cornell, where they chased the president of Cornell, who happens to be Jewish. They chased him to his car. They're getting into all that, Hamas and pro-Hamas, and Israel's committing genocide. It's like, that's crazy. His youngest kid goes to school in Texas. And this guy's telling me he couldn't be happier that his kid picked Texas.
Yeah, I mean, you can't send your kids to these schools. I mean, you're absolutely right. Rob, thank you. Best to you and your family. Thank you for the call, and always good to catch up. And my best to your parents, still toughing it out in New York City. They're toughing it out, Rob. They're dug in. Your parents are dug in. Thank you for the call. Rob's parents not leaving New York. They're not going to let Mandami throw them out. Thanks, Rob. Let's get to Steve Areno in Virginia. Hey, Steve.
Good morning, Chairman Fredericks.
Thank you
for taking my call.
Yep.
And I should actually refer to you now as Chairman-elect Fredericks.
No, it's not elect. I am chairman. The election's over.
Well,
I won. I'm chairman.
I thought this was the
There's no
primary.
elect. I'm in. Soon as those votes were tallied, it's over. So thank you.
Chairman elected. Well, congratulations on your win, and I really do appreciate that you allowed us all to be able to be there last night. Through your streaming of the event, and I haven't told you this before, but going back about 9 years ago at a political event that I was at and you were hosting, about halfway through the event, a man showed up with your son and his son that they had been at a baseball game, and they were sitting there in the corner, very, very bored, and I guess Joe was about 13 or so at the time, and I went over and I said, I realized this whole thing to them has to be boring as hell. I mean, what does a 13-year-old really care about grown up kind of events like where people are trying to meet and greet each other and figure things out politically, but I said to Joseph, I said, one of these days you're going to be really proud of your father because of what it is that he's doing and what he's trying to change in the world of politics. And I said, it's boring as hell now, but I'm sure someday in the future you're going to be really proud of your dad. And seeing that last night, him on the stage with the Fräulein and everybody up there that was helping you, I could see that I'm sure that Joseph is really proud at this point that you've not only talked the talk, but you're walking the walk. You're doing what it is that you've been wanting everybody else to do politically, and now's your opportunity to fulfill all of those wonderful ideas that you've had, and that So I just really appreciate that you're doing what you're doing and spreading the information for all of us to look at the situation and say, there's scumbags in our party. There's a lot of, backbiting, backstabbing. One time somebody said to me, you know what's the difference between a good friend and a bad friend? A good friend will stab you in the front. And I'm like, well, I don't know that I would call that person a friend, but yeah, political animals are always going to be, political animals. So we just have to navigate around them. So anyways, thank you very much for all that you do, and congratulations on your win. And thank you again for taking my call. I appreciate it, John.
Steve, thanks for calling in. Thanks for being such a great listener. Thanks for donating to my campaign. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network. We've got Phil Klein coming up. I think we've got some audio issues. Do we have that fixed? There's Phil Klein, right? We got him on. Phil.
Good morning, John.
Thank you. I was up late last night, so I'm not at the top of my game. So thanks for coming in here and trying to bail me out. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. So, I got to tell you, I had dinner with Jeff Ryer on last Friday night. He actually came up to have dinner with me, appetizers and things of that nature on a Friday night. So he came up on the Metro, and took him to my favorite place, Bobby Ray's, and had a great conversation with him. And I understand what he's up against. He's got so many factions here, Phil, that he's got to navigate his way through. The Republican Party of Virginia is just so splintered with so many different factions. But I think I explained to him your situation. I think he understood your cause, and he's trying to navigate his way through it now. But he's got the toughest job in America, because that's not like running the Party of Virginia. I mean, you've got all these different committees that are autonomous that you've got to bring together, and it's not an easy thing to do, Phil. But in talking to him, he's very sympathetic to your cause.
John, I've experienced that many, many times in politics. And it's I tell people who try to whip votes, when you're speaking with somebody about a cause and they say, that is a wonderful effort and I see the value in that and it is tremendous. That means no, they are unwilling to put any of their political capital on the table to do the right thing. And so this is what I would expect you to hear from somebody who was in the position to clearly lead and say, look, this is wrong. There's not any evidence anybody changed a vote because of any of this. There's not any evidence that ineligible voters were counted or that eligible ballots were not counted. There's nothing. So therefore, we should not overturn an election. He could have said that, but he didn't want to expend the political capital. So now what he does, he speaks about sympathy at dinner. And that's not good enough when you're in a position that demands that you lead. So I personally, I enjoyed getting to know Mr. Ryer a little bit. Personally, I think he's kind of a neat guy to know. He's fun and he's an interesting conversation. But he did not lead when he should have led. Instead, he stepped back and allowed this inside baseball to destroy one of the most significant and successful local Republican units in the Commonwealth. That makes no sense to me unless you're appealing to the factions, which is what you just said is what he told you. He is trying to manage the factions. And there are times when it's time to lead and not flow behind the parade and see which way the wind is blowing. And so, I cannot set aside that failure that occurred last Saturday. That was offensive. You watch, and inside that room, you could see it. There was this arrogant distance from the grassroots, this belief that all these little people down here are messing with things, and we've got a weekend, and we traveled here, and we are sacrificing for the cause by being here. I could be doing other things. I could be playing golf, and here I am. And so I don't want to listen to all this. No, get rid of these folks. That's the attitude that was displayed in that room, except for a few people. Morton Blackwell said, where's the evidence? Delois Stallman said, where's the evidence? And I could speak of several people. The National Committee woman and committee man both said, where's the evidence? They got no responses. They got nothing. And yet they dissolved a local unit and essentially set it up so Lynchburg, which has a Democrat plurality but still delivers Republican victories, which has a 6-1 Republican margin on the city council with two Republicans, Mr. Feraldi and Ms. Reed, constantly causing turmoil and attacking and siding with Democrats. But even with that success, they got rid of them. And it was wrong.
Well,
they set it up, John. I'm sorry. They set it up so there's no Republicans on the ballot in the fall. Zip. That's what the state Republican Party did. They eliminated the ability, or trying to, they'll probably have to go to court since the election was certified, eliminate the possibility of having a Republican on the ballot in November.
Why?
Why? Because of this inside baseball. Look, you've got incumbents who don't like firehouse primaries. Firehouse primaries are run by the party, and they can have rules where only Republicans or people who sign a pledge can show up. There's a lot of moderate or rhino Republicans who need Democrat crossovers in the primary to defeat the Republican base. So here's Wendell Walker, long-term delegate. Most frightened man I've ever met in my life, always running around trying to figure out how to balance both sides and sound good while doing nothing. You've got Wendell Walker, who can't defeat a solid Republican candidate in a Republican-only primary. So what you've got in Virginia is the Democrat Party working hard and successfully to a certain extent to eliminate the ability of Republicans to select Republicans. And they do that by having non-party registration. You don't register as a Republican or a Democrat in Virginia. You just register to vote. And they have open primaries where Democrats can come over and vote. So you got Wendell Walker, who sees a firehouse primary, which he would lose in an instant, And suddenly, election integrity is important. We need to eliminate these radicals who have these elections on their own, and we need a state-run primary so he can get Democrat votes. And that's what they encourage. And the party protects them. It should not. We have too many Republicans in office who are afraid to lead. They are pushed up against a Marxist-Leninist socialist approach, and they're afraid to offend and lead and call a spade and make a difference. And so they sit there, they lose 17 seats, and they talk Republican principles, and they speak well, but they do nothing in the fight in Richmond. So that's what happened. This was protecting a long-term, nice guy. He ought to retire. He speaks about church. I find that those who hold out the church all the time are probably the people who don't live it as much as they should. He ought to set aside and do these other things in life rather than try to defeat the local unit so he can be safe in his seat. And that's what happened.
Unbelievable. So basically, Lynchburg is a microcosm of the Republican Party of Washington, D.C. It's basically the same thing. Do nothing. And if you continue to do nothing, somebody that tries to do something becomes a threat because they want to do something like you. So that's, it's rampant all over the place. And
it is. And then in Virginia, you have all the consultants. I think the consultant class runs the party. And that's why we're getting whipped on the street, is because the consultants can't figure out how to make money in putting persons on a doorstep. And the Democrats have been doing it now for 2 decades. Virginia is not purple. Virginia could be red. It is not blue. It's just because they have an infrastructure where they get on the doorstep and they have so micro-targeted you that they can speak to you directly and speak about, your son, he plays baseball in West Virginia, and then there's also this out-of-state tuition deal, and we have a candidate who's working and trying to ease those costs for students at school, and they speak directly to you, where the Republican consultants are kicking back with their poll numbers and doing mass marketing and raking in the money for television and radio and mass mailings and so forth, and they're getting whipped. But they continue to do it because that's where the money is. That's where the power base is in Virginia. And so we're losing. And you can't wake them up to this. You can't wake them up because they haven't figured out how to make money at it.
Well, it's easy money. It's easy. It's just easier money for them. And you're right, they control it. The Commonwealth of Virginia does not have a party registration system. And that is only going to get changed, right, in the legislature. I mean, why can't the Republican Party of Virginia just vote to say, in order to vote in a Republican primary, you have to register as a Republican? Does that have to go through the General Assembly?
Because many of those Republicans who are elected would lose. I mean, in this firehouse primary, you had incumbents walking around screaming and yelling that it's unfair to say that the primary could only involve Republicans. And additionally, the challenges a sign that said Republicans only. And technically, the way Virginia law works is you can sign up, but the Republican Party has a pledge you must sign that says, I promise that I will support the Republican candidate in November, and then you get to vote. And in fact, it's real interesting, John. These appeals were really organized by one person, a man named Christopher Aldi on the city council, who is just a remarkable disruption. And it's hard to follow. He flips around so many times on his positions that it's hard to figure him out. But he got 33 people to sign these pledges. 33 over 3 challenges. I'm sorry, 33 people to file these challenges. Most of them were family members of those who lost, and in 3 families in Virginia, who are serial violators of these pledges. So, in other words, many of the signers had 2 years ago voted in a Republican mass meeting, signed a pledge that said, I'll support the Republican. Immediately when their candidate lost, they supported the Democrat. And they showed up again and voted in this Republican primary,
What
signed
a
a new
mess.
pledge.
I mean, it's just it just the stuff goes on, man. And thank you for exposing it. I know your daughter's involved in it, and she's fighting a good fight. But this is part of our show. We got to expose the nonsense that goes on. Phil Klein, I'm out of time. I want to thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Today, and thank you as always. Phil Klein, former Attorney General in Kansas, also now a law professor and at Liberty University. But he comes here not from Liberty, but from his own volition. Thank you, Phil. It's always good to see you. And also, Phil, thanks for donating to my campaign. Thank you very, very much. Phil Klein, folks, great guy. Coming up next, we're going to West Virginia. Treasurer Larry Pack. Oh, he's fired up for his Mountaineers. You see my backdrop, baby. Let's go. Omaha Nears. Larry Pack next. I don't know where we go from there. I have no earthly idea. It's all a mystery. It's a surprise. We'll be right back.
Cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Sol-T. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Soul Tea, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
He's the voice of Virginia.
No, you can't. You have one of the worst voices I've ever heard in my life.
And the commander of common sense.
Fire at will, Commander.
Now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Well, welcome back to the John Fredericks Media Network. I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables. Well, we're here in Washington, D.C. Guess who is gracing us with our presence in our studio? My executive morning producer in Richmond, Dan Hobgood. Dan, thanks for joining us today.
It was a pleasure to be here.
You look good,
great to be. Well, it's good to hear you say that because I feel I'm super disheveled after last night.
You and me both.
You said you didn't get any sleep?
I got up at 5:30.
Oh my gosh!
Normally I get up at 3:45.
Oh,
so we have no preparation for this show.
Yeah, I was listening earlier, trying to make sure that if Coleman needed me. Crazy to think, 2 months ago he's training me, and I'm just a know nothing nobody, and 2 months later, I'm like, Coleman, remember to do this if you need any help with this. But he's doing a super job. So I'm getting compliments on how well the show's going this morning. People are like, wow, Dan, you're doing great with the audio this morning. I was like, well, that's Coleman. That's Coleman.
Who taught you?
I'm giving you credit, Coleman. I'm giving you credit. But
I know
yeah,
he deserves the credit.
Yeah, he's
running nine shows in a row.
I knew he was going to have a hellacious day yesterday.
Oh, hellacious!
Because the Pirates, the Buccos, as I've started calling them, the Mega Maids from Spaceballs, because they, but they're on the West Coast playing the A's, so those games aren't even starting.
They lose again last night.
Probably. I didn't even check. I don't have the heart to check. I'm celebrating your win from last. I'm just going to focus on the wins.
Let's go.
I need to focus on the wins, baby.
Hey, was that a great event or not?
Oh, it was fantastic. It was great.
The
great to
energy
meet
in that room was incredible.
Yeah, good to see Morgan Griffith again for the first time in about 25 years. We used to pal around a little bit at the General Assembly back in the early aughts. I think right after the Republicans got the majority. And good to see Brandon Beach. Good to meet Terry Gilbert and Maria.
I got it written here.
Yeah, there, Maria.
I got it written there on the board. I still can't say it.
But yeah, and then Jim Pfaff and his wife Myra, not to be confused with
Myra's
Maria.
Adorable,
yeah. Oh my gosh, we had a great time.
It was the first time you met Ann, right?
That was what a rock star she is.
Thank you.
You outkicked the coverage man. She's great. She is. Ann is awesome.
Thank you.
I couldn't believe how super it was. So yeah, and what a nice event, and thanks for including me in it.
Absolutely. Oh, you got it. And Goodlander put that whole thing together.
She's another rock star. Yeah, and it sounds like she's had a lot to fight back against up here. So
they've abused her.
Oh,
she's abused.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons that I'm very protective of her, because seeing what she's gone through and the way they treat her is just criminal. It's so disgusting. And she's got so much talent, and we recognize it. Yeah. And look, this company has been built with $200 from nothing on great people like yourself.
Oh,
and,
very kind.
I tried
the checks in the mail.
I tried to get Dan for 3 years. Finally got him. I tried to get Ryan, who you met last night, for 4 years,
for even longer. Yeah,
finally got him.
Time, yeah.
You got to recognize talent. I met a girl last night. I'll get you on in a minute, but we had this great victory party last night. So hang in there. Let's bring Pack in. Bring Treasurer Larry Pack in with us. Larry, you're here. We had a big victory party last night. Larry, the state treasurer for the state of West Virginia, Republican, and big Mountaineers fan. One of our sponsors of Mountaineers in Omaha. You see the backdrop behind me. But Larry, we had a great big victory party last night. But what was amazing was the energy in that room. If you're a Washington D.C. Republican, you never saw anything like that ever.
No.
People are fired up.
It was neat to see. It was really neat to see.
Yeah.
So I hope it's a sign, a harbinger of good things to come.
I think it is, and it was just great. I thought Beach rocked it last
night. He
was
tremendous.
Yeah, he's turned into a great speaker.
He was tremendous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I love Griffith too, because he had that story which was perfectly fit.
his family.
Yeah, I would say
the
Griffin.
The long walks.
It was a great story. Yeah, I'm going out for a walk. And we went to a Republican meeting where there were 3 people. How was your walk? It was great. Going out for a long walk. And he couldn't tell anybody that he was going to a Republican committee meeting. I'm going out to have a cigar. And then he's like, well, it smelled like a cigar. Well, I took a mint or something.
That must have been a long cigar smoke. If you went to a meeting elsewhere in another county or whatever.
It was great. But we've built our company with great people, and Coleman being one of the first. So Michael Coleman, as you know, runs our entire. Well, you're there.
Yeah. Oh, and Coleman kindly lets me know the Pirates did actually win a game last night. Oh my gosh. Stop the presses. Did? Yeah, 6-5 apparently. Thanks, Coleman.
Coleman, did the Astros win, or did they get beat by the Tigers again? I hate the Tigers. They lost the first night. I don't even know what to. Mountaineers won. I predicted that.
I was trying to follow that on the train.
Yeah,
oddly enough, on the train ride up, quite a few dead spots for internet connection. I thought that somehow my phone had been cut off. I was like, oh no,
Amtrak does not have good.
No,
they say they do.
Yeah,
it's the only thing they don't. Because other than that, Amtrak. I'm a big Amtrak fan, but internet spot.
Pretty decisive victory it looked like for the Mountaineers.
It was 8-0 or something when I
saw it when it was 6-0 when I finally was able to check in on the score. But
Astros won 4-2. Yeah, we finally won a game. So
Larry, we've all become Mountaineers fans. We've all caught the fever. We got a fever.
That's fantastic. It's been
the only prescription is more winning for the baseball team. It's great.
Larry,
absolutely.
Larry, what you think of our big victory last night over Troy?
Oh, I thought it was fantastic. I mean, it's just an amazing team, very resilient team, which was very West Virginia-like, but a lot of talent on the team. It seemed like every day somebody else picks it up. Our reliever at the end just absolutely shut down Troy. I think it was 6 or 7 strikeouts in just a few innings, so just absolutely amazing. Brings a lot of excitement to West Virginians, not just the ones in the state, but the ones all over the country. So it's been a great time for West Virginia, for WU, and we're looking forward today for another win. As an old baseball player, when you get in losers brackets, you don't worry about tomorrow, just try to win today. And so that's what it's all about. We're looking forward to that game this afternoon.
And our pregame show today at 12:30. Don't want to miss that. That's going to be a lot of fun. And but I'm predicting victory. I think they're going to the finals. North Carolina, they shouldn't have beat us the first game. We had 2 errors in 1 inning, very unlike the Mountaineers. And all we got to do is steal this game, Larry. We just got to steal the game. We just got to steal a game. Then we come back with Max Yell on Thursday, who was unhittable after the first inning. Wasn't with those 2 errors. Mountaineers win that game. Was unhittable. We just got to steal a game today, and then we're going to the finals.
Absolutely. Yeah, today's pivotal game. I really think we're going to get through it today. Looking forward to it. Again, a lot of excitement. We got to watch the end of yesterday's game at Patty's in Charlestown, the Irish Bar in Charlestown. So that was a lot of fun to do that. So I got a lot of new West Virginia friends in the bar last night. So we had a good time.
Oh, good. What is? Tell us what's going on. I know one of the biggest discussions I had my West Virginia Mountaineer Mavericks on yesterday, and what is dominating the conversation right now of the state senators and delegates that are part of our show is data centers. And
yes.
Chris Miller, who ran for governor, who is going to be in the state Senate. He's in Huntington. He's going to flip that seat. He's way ahead in the poll I saw. He's up big. He's a great guy, a lot of energy. But he's actually running his campaign on data centers, which everybody's doing the opposite. Miller's running it on data centers.
I think it's a very shrewd move on his part.
And everybody was in favor of them. You go to Virginia, and everybody hates them. What's the difference here, Larry?
Well, I think there's a lot of things going on. And again, Chris is a good friend of mine. He's going to run hard in that Senate district. I do believe he's going to get to the Senate, and he's going to be a great leader in our state Senate. So I look forward to helping him along the way, but also look forward when he takes that oath. I think the data centers, there's a lot going on around the country with respect to data centers. I think, overall around the country, people wrap the data center issue up with the ever increasing cost of electricity, and people are just very upset about just the cost of electricity, really the cost of everything, right? It's just really got people excited. Being in Northern Virginia is so close to West Virginia, so we see the pushback over there. I think that gets people excited. And then really, I think from the state capitol, we made a couple mistakes, and maybe there's 2 or 3 mistakes that we made along the way. But when the first data center project was announced in West Virginia, it was announced in Canaan Valley, which is probably one of the pristine sites really in eastern United States. And so why did we have to start out in Canaan Valley, and kind of surprised? So you got people excited from that standpoint. And then when the legislature passed the bill, the governor really pushed really hard with the bill. That bill did a couple things, and I think it was well intentioned. But one of the things that bill did was basically take almost all the property tax money that otherwise would have went to schools, would have went to local jurisdictions, and sent it to Charleston. And that really ticked off a lot of people. In other words, we've got to deal with whatever this is, the good, the bad, but we don't get the tax money for it. Our school systems need the money. So I thought that was a mistake. I think that's going to be revisited and hopefully reversed. The other thing we did is when we passed the bill to give more control to the state capitol when making a decision, we gave them all the control. We even gave them control about things like building codes and setbacks and so forth. And so we need some sort of local input. That's also got people excited because right now the way it works is all the decision making sits in the governor's office, and nobody likes that. I mean, I think it's got a lot of people excited. We'll get it straightened out. Data centers are something that's necessary for our economy, but we are getting a little bit of pushback. So I think more communications, a couple adjustments in the bill, and we'll get things going.
And I think you've got to communicate with the residents, because data centers in the Commonwealth of Virginia, which we're right outside here in D.C., and our main office is in Richmond. If you run now against data centers, you're going to win, right? It's the exact opposite. And especially in Northern Virginia, Loudoun County, people are sick of them, and they see it as an eyesore. They see it as raising their rates. So how do you have the data centers there and not run into what you've run into in Virginia, your neighboring state, which is people hate them, they're an eyesore, and they drive their energy cost up, and they take up too much land? How do you sell that to West Virginia residents? And is it going to increase their rates like it did in Virginia?
Well, I don't think it's really clear on that as to whether it is. And I think that's part of the problem with data centers all around the country is the perception is, the thought pattern is that data centers increase our electricity rates. And so until we're able to turn that around and make it really clear that no, this will in fact not increase your electricity rates, it will decrease your electricity rates, we're going to have a lot more trouble. So the data centers really have to step in the communications. I think also they need to work with the local jurisdictions to make sure we get the setbacks right and get the building codes and stuff. You just need to work on that. And then it would help a lot if the taxpayers thought, hey, at least this tax money was going to go to our schools. It's going to go to help our local sheriffs. It's going to help our municipal police. I think if we push the money back in the local areas, I think that helps as well. But definitely we tripped up on the original thoughts, and we need to turn around a lot more communication. I think the governor needs to get out a little bit more about it, but also again, the folks that are generating these data centers, the developers, they need to spend some money locally. They need to talk to people.
And you've got to communicate, Dan, the benefits of the data centers to the public, because most of the media is very negative. And there's also, look, Larry, this is just reality. There's also a lot of people on our side have told me that there is a CCP PSYOP campaign going on.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Can you elaborate on that?
Well, that's a lot of the rumors that a lot of the pushback, a lot of the social media is being paid for by China. Of course, China does not want us to win in the AI race. And so, yeah, it's a lot more going on than what we see on the face of it. So we just have to fight back with that. Again, I do think there's a good story to tell. But again, we need to make sure that we hit the folks as far as who's paying electricity bills. We make sure that they're protected. I think we also need to make sure that the tax money gets back in the local jurisdictions, and there has to be some sort of local control or local input. As conservatives, we believe in local input, right? We don't believe one size fits all, or all the money ought to sit in the executive, all the power should. So I think we can really turn around, but we've got some work to do. I understand the bill and what we're trying to accomplish. I think it just went a little bit too far. But we need the electricity. We need the AI race. But we have to also remember that a lot of people are not going to participate unless they get cheaper taxes or unless they get cheaper electricity bills, right? Because they don't own stock in these New York Stock Exchange companies. The typical West Virginian does it. So we need to make sure that we communicate clearly what's in it for them, why it's a good thing for West Virginia as a whole. I think we can do that. But again, we've got to communicate. We've got to communicate from a conservative position.
So, look, the bottom line is we need data centers. We need to stay ahead of China. That's what President Trump is for. I know you've endorsed them, but I like your approach here. I think the first one we did was in too pristine of an area. It got people riled up. It wasn't really clearly articulated, the benefits of it. And I think we got off on the wrong foot. But now it looks like you guys have figured that out. So what would specifically, Larry Pack, what specifically would the legislation be in West Virginia and Charleston in this coming session to address the issues that you laid out?
There's two things that I've been talking a lot about as I crisscross the state. And again, everywhere I go, and I go across the state a lot. I'm in the Eastern Panhandle this week. People want to talk about it. But I think if we do two simple things. The first thing is we just roll back and basically say the property taxes go where the law before this started. So the property taxes are going to go to our local school boards. They're going to go to the local county, to the ambulance services, to the municipal. So we just reverse that part of the bill. Let the local folks keep the tax money. The second thing is there has to be some sort of local input. Is that a referendum? Is it they got to follow the building codes and setbacks or whatever zoning laws that apply at the time? There has to be some local input. And I think if we do those things, and there's lots of ways to do the local input part. If we do those two things, I really do think people will get a lot calmer. They'll be a lot more receptive to the data centers. And again, I think there's a really good story to tell at that point. Our public school systems, like all public school systems, they're really having the struggle. They need more. They need money. They need resources as we keep going forward. And again, the school systems are just really struggling a lot. And all our local jurisdictions could use some additional money for infrastructure. That's a big thing that's inhibiting growth or slowing down growth in West Virginia is infrastructure. So if we can push that money back to the counties and cities, they're able to do a lot more. We'll be able to go a lot further faster.
Larry Pack, we're out of time. I want to thank you for being with us today. And also, Larry, let's go Mountaineers. You've been a great supporter of the Mountaineers, also one of our sponsors for Mountaineers Baseball and for WV Sports Nation. And I want to give a shout out to Larry, who's been there for us. And we got Larry's logo right front and center on the WV Sports Nation bus, right? Mm-hmm. Right? So, Larry, you're right there. People from all over come and take a picture of that bus. First thing they see, Larry Pack, treasurer.
All right, good deal. Well, go Mountaineers, and sometime about 5 or 6 o'clock tonight, we'll be singing Almost Heaven together. So take care. Have a good day.
All right, Larry, thanks for being with us.
Yes, sir.
John Fredericks Media Network. So this guy's for real.
Yeah.
State treasurer, but he normally a state treasurer, right? They don't do a lot, but he's all over the state. Very involved in moving the state forward. A great guy.
Yeah. Oh, no, very, very kind of him to help with sponsoring our coverage of Mountaineer baseball.
I know he's been great. We have a lot of great sponsors for that, and we're looking forward to the game today. We've got the pregame show 12:30. Mike, 12:30. I'll be running that. I have no idea who's on it, but I got a feeling today I'm going to get a packed house because I think people are fired up about this game, this early game. And then look, you just gotta win 2 games. It's like you just gotta win 2.
One day at a time.
Win the first game, then you win the second game.
It's like Jay Delsing would probably say as a pro golfer, you just focus on the next hole ahead. Got to forget the hole behind you and go on to the next one and just focus on the.
Actually, he says the next shot.
The next shot. Well, there we go.
Yeah. Focus on the next shot.
Yeah.
And I know my son Joseph pitcher, and he says, next pitch, right?
It's great to meet him too yesterday. I don't think I mentioned him. Really. Oh gosh, yeah. We had a couple of good conversations. So I think he's very reserved. He and Ann both are. I laughed. I was watching the intro this morning as I was getting ready. And when Ann tried to walk, I was like, "No, Ann, you got to stay. You got to stay here."
She tried to walk away. You got to stay here.
Ann's great, but yeah, it's but no, great family.
He's a little late. He's late.
Yeah.
Well, that's what you got to do as a closer. You can't get emotional.
Like, he'll close the game out. He doesn't pump his fist, he doesn't do anything. He strikes somebody out, he just walks back to the dugout, puts his glove down. That's the attitude you have to have. So, unlike his father.
Coleman's doing a great job. He's on top of everything. I tell you what.
He's got music playing.
Yeah,
he's told me the Astros one night.
Yeah, it's a winner Wednesday.
The way I follow the games is your opener in the morning. You tell me about all the teams: Nationals, Pirates, Phillies, Astros. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network. We got to go, and we're going to be right back. I have no idea who's up next, but just stay with us. You'll find out. I haven't seen the schedule. I know Jim Gale's coming. That much I know. We'll be right back.
Reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and it will be allowed to sell its oil without restriction. That, according to leaked copies of the interim agreement, and officials say broadly matches the actual document itself. And while the deal will boost the global economy, this will not happen overnight.
Oil won't simply start flowing through the Strait of Hormuz the way it did before the war. Then the strait carried a fifth of the world's crude. Now it will take time for hundreds of vessels trapped in the Persian Gulf to exit through the narrow strait. In addition, Gulf oil producers that reduced production will need time to get oil moving again.
Still, correspondent Andrew Seward says that oil prices are already falling. Brent crude is now below $80 per barrel. President Trump hits the pause button.
President Donald Trump says he's holding off on Jay Clayton's nomination to head the National Intelligence Agency. Clayton had been scheduled to appear Wednesday for a Senate confirmation hearing. In a social media post, Trump says he'll keep acting director Bill Pulte right now as he works on getting Congress to pass a voter ID bill that would require people to show ID in order to vote. That bill lacks enough support for passage in either chamber, but lawmakers in both parties said Pulte lacks experience. Democrats had said they wouldn't renew an expired surveillance program until Trump withdrew Pulte's nomination. Now Trump is accusing Democrats of going back on their word. Donna Horter, Washington.
Robert White Jr. has won the Democratic primary for the District of Columbia's delegate seat in Congress. 18-term Representative Eleanor Holmes Norton is retiring. Watching Wall Street, the Dow futures down 18 points. NASDAQ futures are up 151 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-583-0141. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-583-0141. That's 800-583-0141. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Germany and Poland are signing a new defense deal amid a shift in the balance of power in Europe.
The new defense agreement puts aside Germany and Poland's complicated past to strengthen European military cooperation at a time of heightened tension with Russia and growing uncertainty over US engagement in Europe. Germany is seeking partners as it moves to revitalise its military, the Bundeswehr, after decades of neglect, with ambitions to build the strongest conventional army on NATO's European side, an effort that could make it a central pillar of European defence in the years ahead, while Poland's importance as a logistic hub for Ukraine, alongside its growing economy and heavy defence investment, has made it a compelling partner for Germany and other core European countries. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
A Russian warship has fired warning shots near a UK-registered pleasure yacht in the English Channel. The British military says it's investigating an incident. The Russians say the yacht was getting a bit too close for comfort. News and analysis, townhall.com. Half of all American school kids will soon live in states offering public money for private education.
Texas is the latest to join in, budgeting $1 billion to spend this fall on private school scholarships or homeschooling expenses. Next year, the federal government will start incentivizing private school scholarships in states that have never offered them before. In theory, these programs are supposed to give children an educational opportunity they wouldn't otherwise have. Keith Peters reporting.
Ever since Kevin Warsh was nominated by President Trump in January to lead the Federal Reserve, one question has lingered. Will he seek to raise interest rates to tame inflation, or will he cut rates, as the president has long demanded? Well, today, Warsh could provide the first hints of an answer. He will be overseeing his first Federal Reserve policy meeting as chairman. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Trouble concentrating or recalling information is frustrating, embarrassing, and kills productivity. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created Focus and Recall to boost your brain power. Unlike other supplements that don't work, Focus and Recall is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra absorption of science-backed ingredients to help you immediately sharpen focus, concentrate longer, and strengthen recall. Go to healthycell.com and use code Godzilla for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code Godzilla.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the second annual mega sale, go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla.
Ponder this. Most people want to have a good day every day. In order to do this, we must start our day with gratitude and keep an attitude of gratitude throughout the day. I offer you my recipe for having a great day and a joyful life. First, start each day being grateful that the Lord has given you another day to serve Him. Roll yourself out of bed, get on your knees, and say a morning prayer of thanksgiving. Ask the Lord to help you throughout the day to do whatever His will is for you. Next, thank God for the little things that make your day better. I thank Him immensely for my morning coffee and for my legs that allow me to take a morning walk. I pray for those who cannot walk because of age, injury, or disability. Throughout the rest of the day, I am grateful for the people God has placed in my life. I thank Him for those who love me, and I pray especially for those who do not love me. Find ways in your day to thank God continually and offer prayers for all those the good Lord has placed in your daily path. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
And later on,
at summer's close, the crack of bats where heroes rose. We cheered at games beneath the sky, remembering those who sacrificed. Oh, liberty, land of the brave and true, blessed by God in all we do, from golden shores to mountains grand. The greatest blessing in this land, we raise our voices clear and bold, a story that will not grow old.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who tells his players to just keep swinging, John Fredericks.
Just in time. Great to have you with us on the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm here live in studio in the nation's capital, your Godzilla of the Truth. Guess who's with me? Dan Hobgood, my morning producer. Not in Richmond, came up last night to partake in our victory party. Did you have a good time last night?
Had a great time.
Thank you for coming.
Oh my gosh, it was my pleasure. Thanks for including me, really and truly. So.
And now you're here, and Coleman is running the board.
Yeah,
Coleman's in the captain's chair.
Super thanks to Coleman. Coleman is doing amazing work. He is an inspiration to all of us
in the
company.
Is.
I mean, practically a 24-hour workday.
Well, he's like a fireman. He's on call like in the middle of the night. He's got to go over something went down there and everything. And then didn't you come in one day and the power was off?
Power was off, and we've had a couple of days where crazy noise was going. I mean, like piercingly, like we cannot do the show with this noise going off. And he comes. He does not live as close to the studio as I do. I live very conveniently about 5 to 10 minutes away.
He's a little further.
He's a little farther away than that. So it's a trek for him to drop everything and come and take care of problems. But he does it, and he does it without a complaint. He's just Coleman, you're awesome. You're awesome.
Did Ann tell me, is Coleman on vacation next week?
I'm on vacation next week. So
he has to
do this whole song and dance again.
Oh, so you're on vacation. Yeah. So you and Pasqua.
Yes, I think so. Yeah. We're both, and I thanks to you guys for letting me take this vacation a little earlier than I was really
That's
supposed
up
to be
Ann,
able to.
But look, happy to have you with us.
Yeah, it's.
I tried to get you for 3 years. Finally made it happen. I'm persistent, aren't I?
I don't know why you would want to be after me for that.
Well, look at the great job you've done.
Well, thanks, but yeah,
I recognize
we're
talent.
having fun.
I recognize talent.
It's every day is fun. Every day it's really. I mean, it's not easy getting up at 3:30.
Steeler Dan.
Steeler Dan. That's right. I thought about wearing a Steelers. I should have had my Steelers shirt under the sport coat today.
Yeah, definitely.
Sometimes I do that for Godzilla Wins, but with all the just collection of Steeler and Pittsburgh fans that we have on that show every Saturday, I know
Godzilla Wins it's got a cult following. That's all I could say. It's like BNI.
It's fun. It's fun.
BNI's a cult.
We have a fun
It's like
time.
a cult following. I mean, I can't believe the audience would get from that. That, and when you guys told me John Gordon's audience, I couldn't believe it on Saturday.
We've been doing pretty well on the Getter. I've been taking a concerted look at the Getter chat after the show to see how many people are listening. It's considerable.
Well, that's because we have great guests on, like Morgan Griffith, who's joining us right now. Congressman Morgan Griffith with us. Morgan, great to see you again.
It's good to see you again. I mean, it was just last night at the party, but it's always good to see you. And look, the best thing about the party from my viewpoint was I got to meet Ann and meet Joe, and been hearing you talk about them. And all I have to say is this, John, it's a good thing that Joe looks more like Ann than he does you. I'm just saying.
Isn't he? He's like a mini me with Ann, isn't he?
He's like mini me. He looks just
personality
like
wise too. He's very similar.
He's all like facial expression, ears, nose, facial attitude. It's all in.
Yeah.
Right now, my older son is all me.
Oh, is he?
The one in Arizona. Yeah, he's all dad. So it's interesting how both of them are the exact opposite in that way. But Morgan, I got to tell you, I loved your speech last night. I really was riveted by that. It was a great speech, and it really fit.
And off the cuff.
Off the cuff.
Yeah, you get. I guess if you're in Congress, you get good at having to do those sorts of things. But it was a great job, Morgan.
Okay,
great
now
job.
just let me
You're kind.
After meeting him last night again.
I don't know if he recognizes me from 25 years ago when we used to see each other in the House of Delegates all the time. But yeah, no, it was good to see him again, and yeah.
And after his speech last night, tell me he's not cool.
He's very cool.
He's cool.
Very cool.
Yeah, he's cool. See,
he's a cool cat.
He's cool. He's just a cool guy.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to get Hillary on, my wife. She'll tell you that I'm not cool.
But the story last night you told was really great, and we were talking about it today. Like, I went out for a walk, seeing a couple. That was a long walk you took. Would you have a cigar? Oh yeah, it was good. Well, you don't smoke cigars. Well, I just took it up. The guy would go. So Griffith, just tell the story, and then we'll get into politics quickly because it was a classic.
Well, I mean, it's a true story. It was when I was growing up. My grandmother would tell the story about Aunt Susie, and Aunt Susie would always talk about her husband, and they'd say, "Where's your husband?" Well, he's gone for a long walk. Whenever he was gone, and where he was going was Republican meetings. But in Rockbridge County at that point in time, he was, I think, the only Republican. There may have been one or two, but he was one of the few Republicans, and they didn't want the rest of the county to know where he was for fear that it would cause them problems. So they would just say, Aunt Susie would just say, "Oh, he's gone for a long walk," instead of going to a Republican meeting. And of course, today Rockbridge County is solid Republican, but that was not the case a few generations back, and things have changed. And the point, of course, was that you're now a big deal in the Republican Party in Washington, D.C., and there are not very many Republicans yet in Washington, D.C., but it's all going to start with people, getting out there, maybe taking a long walk to begin with, but ultimately organizing, knocking on doors, and letting people know that the Republican brand is not against them, it's for them. And just let them know what the message is, that we're trying to help them achieve the things that they want to achieve. And it can't be done by government. It has to be done. Government can set the stage, but it has to be done by individuals and having liberty and freedom to pursue new ideas. And every time we open it up, the government gets out of the way. I mean, I told the story a few years ago. I did not tell this last night, but we opened up, got rid of the monopoly on telephones, and the next thing you know, you've got cell phones everywhere and smartphones. I mean, it didn't take but 20, 30 years to go from one company with black phones. Okay, they modernized a little bit when I was a kid, and you could get pink or blue, but the phones were pretty much the same. And then government got out of the way, and boom, the cell phone industry takes off, the industry takes off, and it's a completely different world. And that's what can happen when government doesn't overregulate.
It's a good analogy, I mean, you kind of forgot about that. Ma Bell, you had one phone company, and they would charge you for long distance calls. Remember that? It's almost hard to believe now that you get charged for long distance calls. Yeah. And so, is this long distance? And then I remember, like, the biggest, coolest thing in our house is, I guess they came out with the kitchen wall phone, right? Mm-hmm. Where it would hang on the wall instead of the rotary phone. And I remember growing up, I went to a friend's house, and I guess because he didn't want any long distance calls, the dial, this is for the push buttons, the dial thing, he had a lock on lock on the dialer, so the kids couldn't call anybody long distance. I mean, you go back and you think about it, that's what we grew up with. Right?
Well, and you know this, and I know this because we're old enough, but if you lived in Salem, Virginia, there were kids who went to Glenver High School, some of whom lived in Salem, who couldn't call everybody at their own high school because there were parts of the Glenver area that were long distance.
Unbelievable. Just to think how things have changed.
Yeah.
Right. Long distance calls and all that
They
stuff.
were the bane of my grandfather's existence. My grandmother had a habit of getting on the phone and staying on the phone for a whole afternoon. So,
and then you get
had a sign over the phone said, "Blessed are the brief, for they have lower phone bills." So.
Morgan Griffith with us. Morgan, Congressman, Republican, member of the Freedom Caucus, and he represents the 9th District, which is Southwest Virginia, a huge sprawling district, Salem all the way down to the Tennessee border where you can see 3 states. And with us now, Morgan, give us an update on the Iranian deal. A lot of pressure for the memorandum of understanding to get released. I agree with the president that the minute if you release it too early, the press is just going to tear it to shreds and it's going to jeopardize the deal. So he says, we're going to sign it Friday in Switzerland. Vance is going to sign it. He's leaving. We're going to sign it in Switzerland. And then I'm going to get on TV and just read it. Do you agree with that strategy, Morgan Griffith?
Well, I don't know about reading it on TV, but the other part of the strategy is absolutely right. You've got to get the deal signed. There are going to be things in there that people are not going to like. I'm sure there are going to be things in there that are great. I mean, this is what happens when you try to craft a deal. I'm hoping that it will limit their nuclear capabilities. That's my number one objective. What I would like to see. But the president is right to try to reach a deal. We don't want to put boots on the ground. And, for all of us who, have lived through this entire Iranian theocracy, dictatorship by religion, it's high time something was done, and we would love to see them just wiped away. But we can't do that without significant loss of American lives, and the American people don't want that, and President Trump doesn't want that. And so we'll have to see what the deal is, but I trust the president to have gotten us a good deal.
Well, I agree with not releasing it. It's just going to gum it up. And but isn't it amazing as you sit there in Congress to see the Democrats blasting this? They don't even know what it is. And it seems like your colleagues want the war to continue, gas prices to be high, the strait to be closed, and body bags to come home. You hate to say that, but isn't that the feeling that so many of us have now?
Well, they certainly want to have gas prices stay high. I mean, there's no question about that, because they want to blame that on the president. They want to make it look like it's something more than the fact that we were taking aggressive, bold, I think appropriate action against the Iranians. And they know that if gas prices are high, then they will get enough votes of people who don't understand the complexities of what's going on that, they'll probably take the House in the fall. So if gas prices come down, they lose elections. Therefore, they want gas prices to stay high. And it's just one of those things where it's all about the politics and the power and not about what's right for America.
Let's get to the SAVE Act. Mike Johnson, your speaker, saying yesterday that he was confident that he was going to get the SAVE Act in reconciliation. Is that possible? Is that real? And how would that work, Morgan Griffith?
I don't share the speaker's confidence, but I will tell you, it was mentioned last night. Speaker Johnson has a way of finding a way to make deals work that I've never seen before. He really is doing an amazing job. So I won't count him out, because he's proven before he can pull the rabbit out of the hat, but I think it's going to be tough. And it will require the Senate parliamentarian not ruling that it's improper under their Byrd rule, which is perplexing and annoying and hard to figure out.
But can't that be overridden? I mean, doesn't Thune have the power to just change parliamentarians? I mean,
well, he does, but he hasn't done so thus far. I mean, we had a big part of the first reconciliation bill from coming over from the House was cost sharing reductions on Obamacare, which we've discovered actually work and help people move off of Medicaid expansion onto the bronze plans. And it was created in Obamacare, which was done in a reconciliation bill. And the parliamentarian said, oh, you can't do that in a reconciliation bill. Well, wait a minute. You did it under Obama, but now you can't do it. And that's what their parliamentarian said. And they didn't do anything to. I lost you for a second, but I'm back.
Go ahead.
So bottom line is, I think that they could, but they won't. They won't change the parliamentarian. So if they don't get it worked out beforehand, that'll make it tough. But we'll have to see. And I'm hoping that if the speaker said he's confident, then hopefully he's had those communications already about whether or not the parliamentarian will rule it proper.
Pennsylvania colleague of yours, Dan Muser, Congressman Dan Muser, was on Monday, and Dan's got a plan B. And he said that if we can't get that in reconciliation, if the speaker can't do that, then he wanted to just strip out voter ID, just strip that out of the SAVE Act, just the one thing, voter ID, and tie it to, I guess, one of the other bills coming up that he thought could pass in the Senate, that we could get the 50 votes in the Senate. But he said, look, the plan B is to just strip everything else out, just put in voter ID. Is that workable?
Well, I don't know if it's workable, but certainly voter ID is the number one thing that the American people want out of the SAVE Act. There's other good things in there that I hope will get passed. But if we can't, I mean, look, in this place, if you can get a piece of the loaf, you take a piece of the loaf. So I'm hopeful that we can get it all, but if we can only get the voter ID, that's the most significant part, in my opinion, of the SAVE Act. All the parts are important, but that piece alone would help tremendously.
Tell us about, I'm bullish on the midterms. Here's my question to you. The Democrats have campaigned for 3 months on one thing, gas, price of gas. Of course, it was higher under Biden, and they said it was transitory and nobody talked about it. But now gas is $4 and it's the end of the world. We're all going to die, right? That's all they've talked about is gas. I believe that gas by September is going to go down to $2.29, $2.19. In Roanoke, before this all happened, it was almost under $2, right? So let me ask you this. What are they going to campaign on when gas is $2.50? Like, what on earth are they going to say?
Well, they'll try to say, well, gas prices are still too high. They will also say, well, it's everything else. It's your life is still not affordable. You can't buy a house. You can't do this. You can't do that. I mean, it's always going to be something, but gas prices are the ones that they focused on. And I will tell you, Bucky's on the 81 is 333 as of yesterday. And so it's coming down. It's just a matter of time. But I don't know that we'll get to 219, but I do think getting under $3 is realistic in the next couple of months.
I don't think there's any doubt. I think oil in Texas now went down to $79 a barrel, right? Last night. So it went from 100 to now 79. It's going to continue to drop. And of course, the naysayers, I mean, it's so unbelievable with the fake news out there. Every story I get is all they're saying is, well, it'll take gas prices months to come down. It's going to be months. It's going to be 6 months before the ships get there. And there's still mines and they can't all go through. And it's going to be months. And this is a disaster. And yet, like you said, Bucky's on 81. It's now 339. I went to Cumberland getting back from West Virginia. I told the story where it was 349 before we had this deal. So it's coming down and it's going to continue to come down. And I just don't know what the Democrats, when they say affordability, like what are they going to do? Like Obamacare? Like what are they going to do? They don't have a single plan for anything other than Mandami wants to confiscate property and give it to illegals. Other than that, what are they trying to do? What's their plan?
That and try to scare people that, we're going to come in and take over the country, have no more elections. I mean, it's some of the things they say are just absolutely crazy, but they're fear mongering and they want to scare people that you can't love their plans. So they have to try to scare people that the Republicans are going to do horrible things. It's not true. Are we going to do practical things? Yes. Is it going to sometimes cause some tough situations? Yes. But in the long run, the country's going to be better off with the Republican plans. And they, deep in their hearts, They know that they don't have a plan that works good for America over the next 20 years. And so instead they have to do fear because they don't have anything that you can love. People can love our plan, and they can recognize that in the long run, the U.S. is going to be much better off with what Trump is doing and what the Republicans in Congress are doing.
Morgan Griffith with us. You are chairman of the subcommittee for Commerce and Energy that deals with health.
Yep.
It is now coming out, like you had said months and months ago, that Fauci was the ringleader in fear mongering to get these vaccines, to get the lockdowns, to get the masks, that he spread fear throughout the United States. When are we going to hold this guy accountable and get to the bottom of what really went on, Morgan, on COVID as it relates to Fauci?
Well, I'm hoping that the charges that have been brought on one of his lieutenants will help get that person to give us some more information. Right now, we don't have enough to charge Fauci with anything. I recognize that, but maybe there'll be a whistleblower or this individual who's facing some criminal charges currently. I mean, it's some wild stuff. I didn't pull it up for today's interview, but I mean, you look in there and I mean, he actually uses the word kickback when he's talking to EcoHealth Alliance. He said, I'm helping you get this contract. I assume it's a big deal, $7 million. I'm hoping I'll get a kickback. I mean, he puts that in his email chain. And it's all about EcoHealth are the people who gave the contract to the Wuhan lab to study coronaviruses. And they, as a group, they clearly came in and said, oh, we don't want it to point back to the lab. And it was a cover up in an attempt to protect EcoHealth. They've since been debarred. Enough information came out to get them debarred. Now there's a criminal prosecution on one of the Fauci lieutenants at the NIH. We'll just have to see what happens from there. But thus far, there's nothing with Fauci directly on it, other than it's clear that he didn't want it pointed back to the lab. But there's nothing in there that would be criminal.
Why didn't he want to do that? What was the real reason, in your judgment, Morgan Griffith?
He was the head of the agency that set it up. If it came from the lab, I think it was all about ego and pride. He didn't want to have it out there that he had, even though he may not have known about it, claims he didn't really know about it, but that he signed off on a deal that allowed the Chinese to have humanized mice, that allowed them to do significant research on dangerous pathogens, and they were doing it in a level 2 lab. Now, if you've got time, let me tell you, I get excited about this BSL level 2 because I'm down seeing a cardiologist in Roanoke. Had a little blip a couple of years ago, and we were talking about this stuff, and he said, oh, he does experiments. He says, I do them upstairs in my office. I have a BSL 2 upstairs. And so I went upstairs and saw his operation. It was nice and clean, but we're doing dangerous pathogens in the same level of safety that my cardiologist is doing research in Roanoke in. Okay, people. All right, hang on a minute. It should have been BSL 3 or 4, at the very least of BSL 3. They were sloppy, they were negligent, and then the Chinese really didn't even live up to the standards they should have had at that lab. And Fauci should have known about it. I don't think he did, but I think the reason they didn't want it to point to the lab was because he recognized that they maybe dropped the ball and let the Chinese have the opportunities to play around with a bunch of dangerous pathogens, and a deadly disease broke out. And stop and think about it. If it were you, John, would you really want to even own to yourself that you might have been negligent and that negligence might have cost million plus people in the world their lives? It's a hard thing to swallow. So I get it. I understand it. But moving forward, we can never allow that to happen again. And ego cannot dictate where science goes. It needs to be reviewed. And that's why Rand Paul and I have bills in that if you're going to do any of that kind of stuff, there's a review panel outside of the NIH that makes these kinds of decisions.
Congressman Morgan Griffith, we're out of time. I want to thank you for being with us today. I want to give a shout out to Jackson Krug, your communications director. Is doing a super job. Great to work with.
Morgan. And again, thank you for coming last night. I really enjoyed it. Really appreciate it. Sharing our victory. You made a great speech. Dan, he was the best.
Great.
He was great. Want to follow him? Go to griffith.house.gov. Griffith.house.gov. And the first thing you want to do is sign up for his newsletter, which is, there's only a couple of newsletters I read from Congressmen. There's 435 of them. There's only a couple that I subscribe to.
Don't read all of them, huh?
Griffith is one of them, right? I also read Ogles because it's entertaining. You never know what Ogles is going to say one day to the
200, 200 of them you can just sort of set aside. Like, I don't have anything to do with those.
But I read Griffith's the first one I read.
Yeah.
So you want to sign up for his newsletter.
I didn't, now that I have.
Go to griffith.house.gov.
Sign up.
It's really good.
I got to see it.
Good.
Okay.
You get good insight, and it's not long. It's short and sweet and to the point.
Pithy.
And it's
like
pithy, but it's also cool.
Substantive. Yeah.
It's cool. He's cool.
He is cool.
He's cool.
We got to tell his wife.
He's cool. Jim Kale was at our party last night. He's chomping at the bit. He's at the door trying to get in. We're going to be right back.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Soul Tea. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Soul Tea. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Soul Tea for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Soul Tea. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
Lifestyles Unlimited is a real estate education group that gives you the roadmap and resources to start building income through real estate. You'll learn practical strategies for using investment properties to create extra income and make informed decisions, one step at a time. Join today for just $297. That's a 60% savings off the regular price of our real estate education program. Text radio to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
For the first time ever, we're bringing you My Pillow mattresses and mattress toppers for as low as $99.98. Remember, sleep's all about temperature and pressure points. Whatever sleep needs you have, we have the right technology for you. Like our My Pillow mattress topper, our queen size has over 10,000 individual comfort supports to help relieve your pressure points. And how about our 3-inch Hybrid Plus mattress topper? It's infused with copper and silver to help your body get the restorative sleep it needs. And our My Pillow and Case Coil mattresses, I personally helped develop these mattresses to make sure they have everything needed to give us great sleep. Plus, they're made right here in the USA, and they ship right to your front door, absolutely free.
Go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla to get MyPillow mattresses and toppers for as low as $99.98 and free shipping.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging calcium alpha-ketoglutarate, which has been clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
That's how I feel. Damn sick and tired of getting out rebounded. 25 offensive rebounds. First time we block out, we get called for a damn block out. We're pushing people. Meanwhile, they're on the other court grabbing rebounds, going over the top and grabbing them. We get one offensive rebound, the other get called for over the back. We don't block out very damn well, and we're not getting called, one or the other. That's where I'm frustrated. That's where my whole frustration comes in, offensive rebounds. The entire thing came down to offensive rebound. They got every stinking offensive rebound, and we didn't get one of them. What else do you want to know?
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Hey, folks, welcome back to the show. I am Dan Hobgood, John's producer. If you didn't already know that, John has stepped aside for a moment. He'll be back in a little bit here. He asked me to start the intro for this segment. So with us to start the 8:35 part of the show is Jim Kale, who is with the Small Company Coalition. Jim was also in attendance last night at the event for John's victory party. So how did things go last night? Was it good?
Very good. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was impressed. A lot of energy. A lot of enthusiasm, which is great to see.
Now, so tell me about the Small Company. I said before we got back, I said, "Oh, that sounds interesting." What was your response?
Well, if you like, regulation pushing against regulation.
I love pushing against regulation. So, tell me what that's all about.
I mean, the big part is the Small Company Coalition was formed as a voice for not just the small companies, small rural telephone companies and broadband providers, but more importantly, the voice of our customers, rural customers, making sure that their voice is being heard by the regulators and politicians in D.C. So that whatever rules they're passing, can be done in a meaningful way. So that's the whole idea behind it. Because when you're little, people tend to
They don't think about how much it's gonna. This is gonna be a real burden on us. So you're thinking about what's gonna do to AT&T or Walmart or something like that. You're not thinking about what's gonna do to mom and pop businesses.
Yes, in our business, you're talking to large carriers, Verizon, Comcast, all those folks. I mean, when you have a lot of money to throw around in lobbying dollars, that's what we, as small companies, we don't have that. So what we do have are the stories that we can tell about what it takes to provide and maintain broadband facilities in the rural parts of the country. I mean, that's the main point. And like I said, when you're small, folks tend to forget who you are, and you tend not to get the respect. But we're out there, and we keep showing up in D.C. just to remind these folks who we are, and to make sure that whatever regulations, whatever laws they're passing are based in common sense. Mm-hmm. So that's the main point of what we do.
When did the Small Company Coalition come about, and how did you get involved with it?
Well, Small Company Coalition came about in the beginning of 2012. How I got involved in it, I'm running a number of small companies in Pennsylvania. Small.
Is that where you're from?
Yes, I'm from Pennsylvania, but we represent companies in different parts of the country, guys. They were spread out. So anyway, I got involved because there was some regulations that the FCC passed. They passed an order back in the end of 2011. A lot of those regulations were harmful to small companies, and there's no business case for us to do what we do in these low density areas. The only way that happens is through the Universal Service Program, which is administered by the FCC. So at the time when that order was passed back in 2011, you heard a lot about fraud, waste, and abuse. And, they would take one bad actor.
You're hearing a lot about it now, too.
Well, you hear about it now. Yeah, you hear it in not just in our industry, but you hear it across.
Right.
Obviously, there are cases where that happens, but you don't paint with a broad brush the whole industry. And that's what happened. The FCC came out and just treated all the small companies as though they were fraudulent, wasteful, abusive. So the idea was they cutting back on funding and then regulation to make sure that we're doing the right thing. They play the role of the cop. Because the idea being that if they aren't there to police the system, that given the opportunity, we're going to we're not going to treat our customers well. And part of the message we carry back to the FCC is most all these small companies, first of all, we're the ones building these low density areas with broadband, and that's government recognizes that that's very important. But we know our customers. We're not out to take advantage of our customers. And that's what they don't seem to understand. So they put rules and things in place to make sure that you're doing the right thing. Right? We do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. We take care of our customers. It's in our best interest to do this.
That's right. It's a win-win. And that's capitalism.
It's a win-win. Yeah. Even
you can't make money if you don't give people goods and services.
And that's what they don't get. They need to be reminded of. There's other things we need.
Jim, it's because they've never worked real jobs. They've been working for the government all their lives.
Look, they're very these are very smart people. All right. I mean, they're highly educated, very smart.
Yeah.
But if you're going to regulate, you're going to oversee anything, you need to get down and find out what, get on the front lines. We're on the front lines. So the coalition was formed because I felt it was important at that time to the executives of these small companies to get out there and tell their stories, as opposed to using a lobbyist or an attorney. Whatever. Just get out there and tell our stories, because we got a lot of substance. Don't have a lot of money to throw around in lobbying dollars. What we do have, again, is the stories that we have to tell. And that resonates. And these stories are based on common sense. We're the ones, the government tells us that it's very important to have broadband service in these rural areas at affordable rates. And we obviously believe that's important too, but then they need to back it up. Just don't speak out of both sides of your mouth here. Back it up and show it.
The John Fredericks Media Network is not the first small business I've worked for. And every small business owner whom I've worked for, including John, has a profound love for his customer, wants to do what's in the best interest of the customer, wants to give the customer good quality, good service. Where do you think the disconnect comes from with regard to that, and why people don't, not just beyond bureaucrats, but why don't average people, seemingly, or at least average voters of a particular persuasion, understand the nature of these relationships, these business relationships between companies and their customers?
I can only speculate what those reasons are. I mean, to me, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But part of it is they think they're smarter than the rest of us, because like I said, they're highly educated. And
school,
another thing is, school-wise, yeah, but there's more than just, it's also, experience and people skills and dealing with people, and not becoming arrogant. I don't care how much you know or how smart or talented you are. You never go around with a big head. Always stay humble, regardless of, where you're coming from. So they tend to lose touch, so if you have that sense about you, I'm smarter than you, then, you really can't. I'm not going to tell me. I'm going to tell you what to do, even though I'm not the one out there, on the front lines. I'm not the one building and maintaining these facilities, but, I'm going to tell you how to do it. To be a smart regulator, you need to get out in the field and find out what it takes. And you'll find out when you're dealing with these folks from small town America, they're going to do the best on behalf of their customers, and that's what they don't seem to get. For example, we have a performance measurement testing, which they call, which the FCC is overseeing, where we have to go out there and put a box in our customers' homes just for the purpose of telling them or letting them know or reporting back to the FCC that they're getting the speed that they're paying for. Okay, we have a fiber to the home network. Most of the small companies do, because like I said, they've done a great job of building out these low density areas. But what sense did it? Of course, you're getting the speed. The requirement is so much lower than what you can do with fiber. But yet we have to go through these gyrations, and we have to pay consultants and buy equipment. And as you can imagine, folks in rural America don't really like the idea of having from the government here, right? I mean,
I wouldn't put no box from the government.
Trust us.
There's no way.
No thanks.
Anyway, obviously, you got to get out there and get rid of the arrogance. Get out there and find out what it takes, and that's part of I've taken that on my job on behalf of the Small Company Coalition and others in our group to get out there and remind these folks. And there's other things too. We're not the only ones that are held accountable; they are too. And I come back here; they work for us. Okay, this is our government, and you work for us, and you need to be reminded of that. And that's what drives me. And so I keep coming back here time and time again. I got a number of meetings today with the FCC and a couple on Capitol Hill. But we're going to keep telling these stories, and little by little, one thing I have to say is with the new chairman at the FCC, he's getting things. He's open to these ideas, and he has a good sense.
I was just
of
gets it.
Doing things.
Car
Yeah,
gets it.
yeah. He does get it, and he's definitely on the right track. We have a good meeting with him, and some of the things he's doing, cutting back on some of this nonsense, these useless, meaningless regulations that really don't serve a purpose. Everything we do should bring value.
Right.
Right. And in our case, we're getting universal service money, and so you want to get the most bang for the buck. You don't want to spend all time paying consultants and other stuff that brings no value to the customer. Right. It's all about getting the service that we're all trying to do in underserved areas, getting that service out in rural parts of the country. And the small companies they're the ones that are doing this. But again, we need to be back here. The FCC and others, politicians need to be reminded of that fact.
Yeah, well, that's why you got to
come on out and visit us.
Right.
Anytime. One of my companies is only 3.5 hour drive from here.
Right.
Easily, and I'm going to extend that invitation to the FCC again. Come on out, and we'll show you around, and we'll give you a good sense of what it takes.
Right.
Just had a storm blow through, and before that, knocked down trees, takes down lines. Our guys are working all weekend to get those facilities up. Anyway, it's in a nutshell, that's kind of what we do. And
Jim, people want to follow your company, Small Business Coalition. Where do they go?
smallcompanycoalition.com, all one word.
smallcompanycoalition.com. All right, hang with us a minute. We're going to get to Iran and who we bringing in, Dan?
Or you mean with Coleman?
Coleman.
I'm not quite sure to tell you.
Alaziria Jefarada is the deputy director of the Washington office of the National Council of Iranian Resistance. I'll just call you Ali so that I can get your name right. Ali, coming in. It's good to see you again. Sorry we're a little behind. Okay, we got a deal. We got a peace deal. It has nothing to do with regime change. You guys have been on the engine of regime change. Tell us what you think about the deal and what the mullahs are gonna do. Ali, go ahead.
First of all, great to be on your show, John. As always, you can always call me just Ali. That's good enough. It's the substance that matters. Certainly, what we saw in terms of the announcement by the President Trump that there is going to be an agreement or a memorandum of understanding. That's welcome situation. Our leader, Mrs. Rajavi, put out a statement welcoming it. We welcome any kind of effort to end the hostilities, and that would actually give us the opportunity to continue what we have been doing. That is, as you said correctly, the task is to change the regime by the people of Iran, inside Iran, and entirely, relying on the population. And obviously, there's a lot going on inside Iran. We've had several rounds of major uprisings since 2018. People wanting change. They chanting death to the dictator, death to the oppressor, be the Shah or the supreme leader, meaning that they reject any form of dictatorship. Just in January of this year, all 31 provinces of Iran were engulfed in major uprisings, and the regime had to kill thousands upon thousands to try to just stay in power. This is not a sign of power. This is a sign of weakness when you have to shoot your own people in the street just to stay in power. And then in the middle of the war, the regime turned against, again, their own population, this time against the political prisoners. They started executing political prisoners because they felt that if they don't, they just basically want to create fear. And they feel these political prisoners are all about regime change. They started with members of the MEK, which is the main opposition in Iran, which is the same movement that is behind acts as an engine behind the protests, but also they expose key nuclear sites of Iran. And then they went after young people who were arrested during the uprisings, who were confronting the Revolutionary Guards. So in one word, what it is before us is that you have a troubled regime that doesn't know what to do with its own population. You have an evolving situation in Iran that people want change. And you have the international community who are increasingly getting frustrated that the Iran regime continuing with their development of nuclear weapons and their terrorism. So each part has to do their own part. The international community is not expected to overthrow the regime for the Iranian people. And then the Iranian people also expect not for the international community not to give concessions or money or resources to the regime.
So where do we go from here?
Well, from here, I think, first of all, we have to see what's really in the memorandum of understanding. There's a lot of ambiguity, and I'm sure the president is going to clear up a few things later on today. But when it comes to the people on the ground, I feel that, based on all the evidence on the ground, the momentum is on our side. I think this is an opportunity for people to pay attention on the potential for change in Iran, because you always talk about the regime, they're developing nuclear weapons, their terrorism, their missile program, but very little attention is paid to the organized opposition in Iran. As you can tell, I'm in Paris right now. I'm based in Washington, D.C., but I just came to Paris because come this Saturday, June 20th, there's a huge rally organized in Paris. As many as 100,000 are expected to come and express support for change in Iran, express support for the leader of the organized opposition, a woman, Mrs. Mariam Rajavi, who has introduced a 10-point platform for the future of Iran that says the future of Iran is going to be based on separation of religion and state, freedom of religion, freedom of political parties, gender equality, free market economy, the environment, protecting the environment, recognizing the rights of the minorities and the ethnicities in Iran, and a non-nuclear republic form of government where the vote of the people counts. We've had the experience of the Shah's dictatorship, how corrupt and repressive it was. He had a single party rule. He had Savak secret police that killed people. That era is over. The world has seen the theocracy in Iran. The only choice before us and before the rest of the world is freedom and democracy, a political pluralism in Iran. And what a difference it would make, John, if instead of the Iran today that is the epicenter of war and terror, you would have an Iran that would become really the epicenter of peace and coexistence and working together, spending the money on improving the conditions in Iran rather than funding those terrorist groups or building nuclear weapons, missile program. That makes a huge change. And that's why I think it's so important this Saturday for the people to see how galvanized, how united the opposition is against the mullahs. And that's really where you really need to focus, not for giving arms or money, none of that, but just to recognize that there is an alternative in Iran that the mullahs didn't want you to see.
Who is this young lady you're talking about? Could she be the leader? I mean, would Iran actually be okay by having their leader of the government be a woman?
Absolutely. Iran, we have a history of, decades of vying for democracy and independence, political pluralism. And she managed to lead a movement that has women actually in the leadership, fighting the misogynist regime of the Ayatollahs. If you look at the core of the Iranian regime, at the core you see misogyny. Yeah, and you know, this is a regime that says women cannot be even judges. There's not even a single judge in the entire country of 95 million population in Iran. You can't run for president or key offices in Iran if you're a woman. Think about that society, that kind of a regime, and then an explosive society who wants change. And that's why, you know, Mrs. Raju herself, she's a Muslim woman herself, but she says the mullahs don't represent our religion, don't represent our culture, our history, none of that. And in sharp contradiction to the mullahs in Iran, the leadership of this movement is led by women. But it's not about women domination, it's about equality. It's about giving equal opportunity to men and women who are very capable women in Iran who have been badly, you know, deprived of their capabilities. And if we're thinking about building the nation, you need to bring in women who have been badly repressed, but they're very, very qualified.
Listen, I think you got it nailed, and we look forward to your big rally in Paris, Ali. It's always great to have you. You're on the front lines of regime change in Iran for so many years. You've been on my show many times. I want to thank you. Thank you for your time, and we're going to be following the events, and hopefully one day you'll be your aspirations will come true. We'll have regime change there, and we'll have a free and safe Iran. Thank you, Ali. Thanks for all you.
Thank you so much. Always a pleasure. Appreciate that.
All right, Peach Crew next. I'm here with Dan Hobgood. We're going to be rocking and rolling. Ladies ain't going to be too happy today, so fasten your seatbelts.
Is drawing bipartisan support from lawmakers and national security leaders. Clayton previously served as U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York and as Chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission. Supporters from both parties point to his experience prosecuting terrorists and cartels, while Senate leaders are signaling they expect a swift confirmation process. Willie Nelson, the White House.
It was a dramatic and a deadly scene on a Texas highway last night. A business jet crashed on the roadway in South Texas. One person killed.
Laredo police say the plane had 6 people on board when it crashed Tuesday night on the Loop 20 highway near Laredo International Airport. The plane was nearly sheared in half and tipped on its side. Dashcam video on social media shows the aircraft careening down the highway, taking out a light post before coming to a stop. The crash caused chaos. People left their vehicles to frantically try to smash out the cockpit window and free those inside. First responders can be heard calling for a ladder as they tried to free a passenger trapped inside. I'm Mike Hempel.
The government reports that retail sales rose by a solid 0.9% last month. This as the weather warmed and gas prices moderated somewhat. On Wall Street this morning, stock futures are mixed right now. The Dow futures down 22 points, while the NASDAQ futures are 190 points higher. More on these stories, townhall.com.
You bought an RV, and you got an automatic discount from Progressive by bundling it with your home or auto insurance. That's great, but a serious word of warning every RVer should heed. You don't need to talk about things like dry weight or dump stations. And you don't need one of those expensive water filter straws either. Because the most extreme thing most RVers encounter is a campsite without hookups. So just enjoy yourself. And Progressive's automatic discount when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Advantage Gold, America's #1 precious metals company, is sounding the alarm that a storm is coming. That's why we're offering an emergency gold and silver protection kit valued at $49 for anyone who calls today at 800-900-8000. Call Advantage Gold now at 800-900-8000 and we'll rush your emergency gold and silver kit plus a free copy of Ken Rogoff's book, Our Dollar, Your Problem. Results vary. Consult your tax advisor before investing. Call 800-900-8000.
Along with the pending U.S.-Iran deal and some other matters as well, the G7 summit has discussed the future of AI and U.S. dominance in that realm.
President Donald Trump and other national leaders are closing the formal G7 talks with sessions on the future of artificial intelligence and economic expansion. Several leading AI companies, including OpenAI, Google DeepMind and Anthropic, are attending the sessions on AI and economic growth. The G7 leaders spent the bulk of the meetings on Tuesday discussing the war between Russia and Ukraine and a tentative deal to end the Iran war. Trump did not reveal details of the agreement on the latter, expected to be signed by the US and Iran on Friday in Switzerland. I'm Charles Dilatesma.
The U.S. military has attacked a boat accused of smuggling drugs in the eastern Pacific Ocean, killing one man and leaving two survivors. The total number of people who have been killed in these anti-drug operations, 208. Townhall.com. The world's top-ranked golfer is eyeing a rare feat, heading into the third major of the pro golf year.
Scotty Scheffler is on the cusp of a career Grand Slam at the U.S. Open. This is Scheffler's first crack at joining golf's most elite club. Tiger Woods is the only player in the modern era to get the slam on his first try. Standing in Scheffler's way is a Shinnecock Hills course that is among the toughest tests in America, even before the USGA gets involved. Rory McIlroy says the course is gentle at the moment, but with wind in the forecast, that could change in a New York minute. I'm Gethin Coolbaum.
A newly released AP NORC poll finds that most Americans believe that civil liberties, like the right to vote, are under threat these days. However, they also continue to firmly agree that the rights expressed in the nation's founding documents are core to America's identity. More on these stories. Townhall.com.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cell's Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on two huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who plays to win the game, John Fredericks.
Well, here we are again with the Peach Crew. Oh, these ladies are going to be a little salty today, Dan. What do you think? Dan Hobgood here with me, live in studio. I had to get reinforcements after last night's debacle for Burt Jones and company. Absolute disaster. Also, they nominate Mike Collins, who cannot beat John Ossoff. So that seat's gone. That's just my estimation. But these ladies are going to be just a little razzled today, Dan. That's why we have to have Dan here to help me out because it's going to be a little salty, as they said. Plus, we're going to take your calls, 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. The Peach Crew is right now. Great to have you with us. Let's, Mike, let's get right to it. Who we got here? We got CJ, we got Sally Grubbs, and we got Scary Jackie's with us. Jackie, is she scary?
No, Jackie's lovely. Jackie's wonderful.
Why are people afraid of her?
Maybe they deserved it.
I don't know. Burt Jones is going to be afraid of her today. She likes Mike Collins, though. Mike Collins can't win. He's got zero chance of winning. But hey, it is what it is. I don't care.
That's why we play to win the game.
Play to win the game. So, ladies, thanks for joining us. Let's do the intros. We've got, who's that? Oh, Holly came in. Holly pops in, see?
Yeah.
Everybody wants in the Peach Crew, right?
I'll tell you what.
We got Holly Kessler from Savannah.
All the lovely ladies are with us.
I know. There, we got a lot of, what is it, estrogen? That's it is. Here's what I took today. I took my 2 Mars when I got up today. I overslept, took my 2 Mars. This is my testosterone right here. From the wellness company.
Okay.
Check this out, dude. Because how old are you?
I'm a man plus 6. I'm 46. That's right. In Mike Gundy years.
So what happens is, as you get older, your testosterone starts to deplete. You can't do anything about it.
That's what they tell me.
It happens. So you gotta get a blood test. I got blood tests. I got checked. I was right on the level. So I'm like, Ann, should I get this shot? She says, the last thing you need is more testosterone. I got to put up with you as it is. No. So, all right. So I went to my doctor, Kelly Victory, and I said, Ann doesn't want me to get this shot. I'm like, right on the edge, 2.2 or something. She's like, hey, you want to take this thing called Mars, which they changed the name to Zeus, right? Zeus.
So they went from Roman to Greek.
I couldn't figure it out. Mars to Zeus. I don't know why they changed the name.
No, Jupiter, I guess.
I like Mars better,
Jupiter
but they changed it to Zeus. I take 2 of these a day for you guys out there. Don't get the testosterone shot. 6 months I took this, got another blood test the other day, and my testosterone I got from just on the edge to 3.5, which is now over the danger zone. And all I did was take these for 6 months. Glass of water. Just go to twc.health/Godzilla, twc.health/Godzilla. Order your Zeus there. Get your testosterone flowing, and it takes about 6 months. It's not immediate. You take 2 a day with a glass of water. And the good news is it forces you to drink water when you get up. before your coffee. So that's a good benefit.
That's not bad.
That's a good benefit, Dan.
That's not bad.
I'll have to buy you a bottle, not that you need any, but let's get to the ladies here. Okay, let's just start with Sally. Well, Sally, now you can talk about the campaign because, like, it's over. But Burt Jones, what a debacle last night, losing to Ricky Jackson, who spent $100 million, got Trump's endorsement, got Brian Kemp's endorsement at the end, got everybody's endorsement, looked like he was, catching up, looked like the Ricky Jackson, the juggernaut was over. The ship had run out of gas. He was dropping in the polls, and he got a big, like I predicted, he got a big suburban Atlanta vote. And now he is the gubernatorial candidate, Ricky Jackson. It is what it is. Sally, your thoughts?
So did you say he got Trump's endorsement? Did I hear you say that?
I said that Burt Jones got Trump's endorsement.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, John, I mean, there's a lot of talk going on this morning, that's for sure. And I think it's just a testament to, I mean, the fact that Rick Jackson outspent Burt, 10-1. There's a ton of money. Some are estimating up to $200 million that he spent on the campaign. Paid a lot of people, just regular people think they're your neighbor next door, and they're, paid political operatives now. And I heard some talk to a legislator this morning, and Brian, I've heard that, I don't know whether it's true, but that Brian Robinson, who's on the Georgia gang, who also went to work with the Jackson campaign, his win bonus was $14 million, is what I was told this morning. So there's a lot of money that was dumped in here. And, Burt, how do you compete with all the money? That's definitely an issue. And then people say, well, he's got the money to beat Keisha Lance Bottoms, but I don't know that there's a commitment from Jackson to spend his personal money on defeating Keisha Lance Bottoms. That's the question. We'll have to see. And as you saw in the Mike Collins, Derek Dooley race, we saw the shock and awe in the race. As our friend's favorite line, the shock and awe there. I think Mike Collins has a very good chance. I think we need to change our verbiage on that somewhat. People need to unite behind Mike Collins and, help him defeat John Ossoff. There's no doubt about that. These radical policies just cannot stand in Georgia.
Debbie Dooley went 0 for 2.
Yep.
The shock and awe never came for Dooley.
And John, I was at an event Saturday. I spoke in Fulton County, and I met Derek Dooley for the first time. He's a very nice guy. He's a very nice guy, but as far as developing policies and not having a voting history, things like that, of course, being the son of Vince Dooley, the great coach. But at the end of the day, you can't run on somebody else's name. You've got to run on your own record. You've got to have your own policies. You've got to listen to the people of Georgia and what they want. And, to the point of Rick Jackson, he had things that people wanted to hear. You just got to see where the actions meet the words.
Jackie, Harley.
Good morning, everybody. How are y'all doing?
Super.
I know a lot of us were up last night consoling others. But for the people who put their whole hearts on the line and did not come out victorious, this is the hard part. It's hard to move on from disappointment. It's hard to immediately put your heart behind another candidate, especially after months of competition and strong disagreements. It's easy to let frustration and anger linger and to focus on what divides us. This is the hard part. We thought the campaign was, but what's going to be the real challenge is the unifying part and marching together to November, so the Democrats don't win. So that's what we have to figure out.
Vernon Jones also not coming out on top last night. We all saw that coming. Vernon Jones ran a spirited campaign, but I mean, this is now another time where he can't win. I'm not sure
what Vernon Jones' future is now politically. You can't keep running and keep losing. I love him to death, but that wasn't a good showing last night, Holly.
No, I agree. And congratulations to all the candidates. I agree very much with what Sally and Jackie have said as well this morning. It is hard. It's tough when you pour your heart and soul into, a campaign and you see really good people get beat up and lied about continuously. And you have to fight that. And then you're fighting billionaires, and all of the money, that comes along with being in a campaign and doing that sort of thing. It's tough to wake up and have to deal with that. But it was a good fall campaign. I personally really focused on the governor's race. I did not, really get too much into the weeds on the others, just because there was a lot that need to happen and need to come out, and some truth that need to be told about what was going on in that race. And so that was really where I put my concentration and focus. But I'm proud of Bert. He has taken it from all angles and still had to be lieutenant governor. While doing everything. So I'm very proud of him. And it's just this little numb feeling this morning, Mr. John. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Well, and they head into session today, John. There's a
Well,
special
that's
called session here, and so Bert's, walking into the Senate today to chair the special session. So there's that.
yeah, we're all walking into the Gold Dome. That's why I'm in my car this morning. I'm somewhere outside of Atlanta.
Well, listen, CJ, it was a tough night for Burt Jones, because he had, he had his goal was to be governor. He got elected lieutenant governor. He did a really good job. He stood for Trump the whole time, never wavered. But this Jackson thing, the campaign never saw it coming. They got behind. They played catch up. They caught up. I mean, he got the key endorsements. And look, Governor Kemp went over. He did an OFA, right? He backed Dooley, no good. He backed Jones, no good. Trump went 1-for-1 with Collins, but Kemp went 0 for 2. So the power of the governor politically in Republican primaries has waned because he went 0 for at the end of the day. The guy went 0 for 2. What do you say about that, CJ?
I think, good morning, everyone. I think that the people have spoken. People are tired of the combatant energy that we have right now in the Republican Party. Rick Jackson spoke to those pocketbook issues, and he came across as genuine, as someone who was really wanting to work for the people. I commend Burt Jones. I'm really proud of him in the campaign that he ran. So there should be no bowing of heads this day. But Republicans need to join together this morning. We have to hit the ground running, come up with a strategy to win. It is not time to focus on what happened yesterday. I'm looking at what we need to do going forward with this party to get our message out for all people to gather together, not at home in saying, well, my candidate didn't win, a part of the Republican Party. So let's get together, let's get it done. I want to win. And in order to win, we need to come up with that winning strategy. And all of us coming together, whether you like each other or not, that doesn't even come into the picture. It is about the mission, the Republican mission going forward and winning. And I will accept nothing less than that.
John, one of the things that I just kind of want to interject, you mentioned Vernon Jones, and I consider Vernon Jones to be a friend.
Yes.
And he worked very, very hard. One of the things that I was very disappointed to hear were some people that were saying, well, Vernon Jones is a Democrat. Vernon is a Democrat. Well, you know what? Vernon has voted Republican at least since 2020. He did previously as well. And so then to say, well, we in the Republican Party want to bring in people from the Democrat Party and stuff like that. And then when they come over, we say, well, oh, you used to be a Democrat. The truth is that Vernon Jones voted in more Republican elections than Derek Dooley had. So then to be treated that way, I would really, really, Tim Fleming is the one who won for Secretary of State. I would really like to see Tim Fleming embrace Vernon Jones and incorporate him into his plan. I don't know that that would happen, but if you want to talk about uniting the Republican Party, I think it's time to pull Vernon into a position where he can be an asset to the Secretary of State's office.
They'll never do that.
That's a great idea. That's a fabulous idea.
Yeah, but they're
Sally.
not going to do it. The Fleming is not going to do that. They're not going to do it. It's a great idea. I mean, I wish, it's a brilliant idea. I mean, the problem you've got now in Georgia, ladies, and Jackie nailed it. You nailed it, Jackie Harling. It's the people that were for Burt Jones are really upset. The ones I talked to last night are really upset because they felt this guy went in and purchased the election. He purchased the nomination. And then, he's obviously, if he spent $200 million or $100 million, whatever it is that he spent to get the nomination, well, the good news is he'll spend that to win because he wants to be governor, right? No doubt. So he'll spend it again. Obviously, he has the money. He's a billionaire. But a lot of people are upset that basically this guy, they think, bought the election and the rightful winner should have been Burt Jones. But he wasn't. So under that scenario, Jackie, how do people come together and say, okay, Ricky Jackson's my guy? Like, how do they do that? Harlan.
That's a great question. And I think it starts with, there's always going to be reasons why someone won and someone lost. At the end of the day, what matters is how many people voted and was their voices heard. And they were. And no matter how we got there, we are here. And right now, we need grace. We need to show others grace, and we need to forgive ourselves. We must unite. We must march to November together. And I have faith in us. I really do. I have faith in us because only together can we truly win. And I think it starts today. I think it starts with the leaders in the Republican Party to reach out to folks they don't agree with, to reach out to folks who were, obnoxious perhaps. I don't know, but we've got to forgive. We've got to forgive those imperfections in our human nature. And we do have to come together. And it's important for even when we don't want to. I had to talk to a lot of people. I feel like I'm in the 14th district, the comforter in chief. And we all have emotions. But one point I want you guys to all think about, and maybe this can help us get over things. Everybody lost. Everybody won. We all have some people that we really supported who were celebrating their wins today and last night. Everybody. And there are some losses. I don't think there's anybody out there. I don't think there's an activist or a county chairman or anybody that got everything they wanted, got their whole roster won. No, I guarantee you the people that voted for Rick probably weren't happy with a couple of people that other people were happy with. So let's just all unite in the fact that we had some wins and we had some losses. Let's get over it. Let's put our big girl and big boy pants on and brush it off and give each other grace and forgiveness, and let's strategize together. Let's work together. I think a great way to do that also is to talk about the rodeo. And this is my husband's hat, and it doesn't really fit me. We're having a rodeo in Perry, Georgia, the state GOP, this Saturday. So, yeah, I need to work on this. Y'all come out to that and we'll party together.
Let me add something.
Eat together. Yes, please.
Well,
and now I messed up my hair. Oh, my Lord.
Okay, let me add something here. Can I add something here? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Georgia, the Republican Party The Republican Party needs to have a serious discussion about the role in determining who may seek office. We need to rightly identify what our brand is and who can run for political office under our brand. And so the fact that over $100 million was spent on an election, we really need to think about that. A lot of people, a lot of worthy folks don't have $100 million. They don't. And so going forward, we need to have a discussion about that. The Republican brand and who can run under that brand.
You can't stop
Okay?
people from running
And so
because
for
they were
those
successful.
people,
Well, CJ, I respect you, but you can't have a party and say you're going to restrict who's going to run. I mean, we're a free and open party. I mean, we encourage people to come in, and if they don't, if they don't have a brand, if they don't stand for something, we're not going to give them the nomination in the overwhelming majority of cases. But you can't say, well, this guy's a businessman, we don't like his business or his 100 million, he can't run as a Republican. The guy gets the signatures, you're on the ballot, you run. I mean, you can't start restricting.
That's not what I'm saying.
Doing a litmus test or anything else. I mean, if you did that, we would shrink the party to nothing. That's what's going on here in D.C. All they want to do is shrink the party to nothing. They keep shrinking it, taking people off emails, taking them off text, banning them, shadow banning them. They want to shrink the party so they can control it. That's what I'm fighting here. That's why Dan came up last night to this idea that, look, you don't like your nominee. I get it, right? We were all for Burt Jones, but the guy won the nomination. Tom Steyer spent $200 million in California and didn't make the runoff. So Steyer did the same thing. Winning bonuses, he was paying everybody. He didn't win. Jackson won. He had a great campaign. He had a great
let me be clear.
Spent money. And now to say, he's not a legitimate, basically what you're saying is he's not the legitimate nominee. It goes exactly opposite of what Jackie just said.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's what you're saying.
I don't agree with you.
What I'm saying is that the Republicans need to look at candidates that we're bringing in to run for office. And so we want to make sure that those worthy candidates are not being pushed to the side because they don't have enough money to run. That's what I'm saying. As far as Rick Jackson being a worthy candidate,
then you would have to get a restriction on money you can spend in a primary. I mean, look, here's the reality of it. If it hadn't been for Ricky Jackson and his $100 million or whatever you guys said he spent, okay? If it hadn't been for Rick Jackson, Burt Jones would have outspent everybody and been the nominee and everybody would be happy. So the guy had more money than Jones, but money doesn't buy elections. It didn't help Steyer in California. It didn't help him. He spent more money, didn't get in the runoff. So something about Jackson something about him that Republicans liked. That's why he won. Obviously, he had the money to get his message out. But you start, having bylaws to restrict candidates. I mean, no, I don't agree with that. We can respectfully agree to disagree on that one. So somebody else weigh in.
Conversations.
So here's part of the thing, John. And to your point, I mean, I do believe money was a significant issue in this race. You also have the PAC money here in Georgia, which is, when Governor Kemp started his PAC. And I appreciate Governor Kemp very, very much. And, I appreciate all the things he's done for Georgia. But when you have, the standalone GOP situation, and then you have these PACs that the candidates will go to get support, you can see that very evident in the 11th district race with John Cowan. Rob Ackerson was Barry Loudermilk's chief of staff, and Cowan just stomped all over him. And Cowan wasn't even running in that district. He's from Jackie's district, but he ran in the 11th, and it was all about money. Right. And I know because I was out night before last night. There were some sign issues, and you could go out there and see Cowan had signs 20-1 to Ackerson. Ackerson had a good showing when it came to that, but Cowan just, he had the ads, he had the mailers, There were PACs behind him. Same in the PSC race when you had Trisha running. Trisha had a lot of chamber people behind her, and then also had a lot of PACs behind her. So I understand what CJ's saying about it being on equal footing, but the fact is our friend Marcy McCarthy would say, the fact of the matter is the money makes a huge, huge difference, because you can't,
Yeah.
in your choice and consultant, Rick Jackson's campaign manager, there was something that was said about Bert that just was not true. I pushed back about, on that issue, just because I want to see truth in politics. I know that's some irony, but I would like to see some truth in politics. And when I pushed back about it, you know what happened? She blocked me on Facebook. So it's like, and I had to laugh this morning about comments from people with Rick Jackson saying, so happy that he'll listen to the people of Georgia. And I'm like, but your campaign manager blocks me only because I'm correcting a fallacy that you put out. So it's like, let's have some
Yeah.
truth. Let's have some disclosure. Let's have some candor. Let's have an equal footing when it comes to having to tell the truth. And that's why I respect Vernon Jones for coming up with his contract for elections. He put pen to paper, said what he would do, he signed it, and he committed to do certain things. And I'd like to see all these candidates do things like that. Put your money where your mouth is, put it in writing, put it out there for people to see, tell the truth, and don't unfriend people or block them on social media just because they're correcting something you said that was just an outright lie. Sorry.
Right.
Well,
Right.
that's not bringing people together, right? I
I
mean,
think that's happened to all of
Yeah.
us.
it's just not. I mean, now the
Yeah.
look, the campaign's over. I get the money thing. I really get everybody's frustration with it, but it is what it is. You're not going to get the money out of politics, and it is what it is. So, whatever. But we got to. Georgia's got to come together, and like I'll give you an example. Okay, a lot of people don't like Mike. A lot of people do not like Mike Collins. I'm one of them. I just don't like the guy. Right? I have a right. Nothing bad about him. I don't like him. For my own reasons. I think he's just a very nasty guy. Always nasty. So not my cup of tea, but he's a nominee and I got to back him. What he's got to do in order to have a chance to beat Ossoff is he's got to reach out to the people that don't like him and bring them together and show a little humility. You think you're going to see that from Collins? No, you're going to see the exact opposite. Belligerent, ego, look at me, I'm the best, I crushed Dooley, blah, blah, blah. That's all you're going to get from him. And what they need to do is reach out to Dooley voters, reach out to Debbie, reach out to people like me. They'll never do it. And if you don't do that, you can't build a coalition in order to win and beat an incumbent that's talking about money. Ossoff's going to spend $800 million to win this, right? $700 million, right? That's what he's going to spend. So you got to reach out and build a coalition. And it's tough the day after because everybody's mad. Jackie nailed it. Everybody's mad. Everybody's happy, right? Everybody's got a winner or loser. But at the end of the day, you got to come together. I don't know how you guys are going to figure that out.
I think
The thing has been bloody.
that's well said, John. I think an important part of this process will be the folks who lost. The candidates and their campaign teams. The spotlights are on them more than the winners.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
The folks who lost will be the ones who lead this path to unity and to winning in November. They will need to coalesce behind the folks who won and show really, really hard to find grace sometimes when you've killed yourself in a campaign. They need to get behind the folks who won. And that's going to do more and ask everybody that supported them to do the same. That's going to have more to do with whether we win or lose in November.
Let's get to the phone lines. Tom on line 1 in Florida. Tom, you're live.
Yeah, John, this is Starman. Hey,
Hey, Starman.
Listen, the question I got, to me as an outsider looking at this, I'm thinking that the Georgia politics is screwed up. we can even look back to 2020, and I feel like he's reaping what he sowed. But anyway, why I called today is looking at the Republican Party from Georgia. How the hell did they let this Tiffany Henyard, that Democrat that nearly bankrupted Dalton, Illinois, run unopposed for a Fulton County council seat in Georgia? That tells me everything I need to know about Georgia politics. And where was the Republican Party? Thanks. Great show.
So yeah, Tiffany Henyard was an issue in Fulton County. And, this is one of the things too, everybody wants the party to say, you can run, you can't run, you can run, you can't run. And there, as Jackie knows, up in Catoosa County, and CJ knows, there was a big issue about kind of having a litmus test on people being able to run in races, kind of a purity test, if you want to say so. So, as a county party chair for 4 years, I had people show up. We had one guy, we had one person who showed up, and just in my gut, he was running for sheriff, and in my gut, the guy came out of nowhere, came out of Clayton County, had very little information. All we can go on is by their voting history. And, in the old days, you could say, you're not Republican enough for me. You go down there and you qualify as an independent. But now you risk the issue of them filing a lawsuit against you for not allowing you to run. Now, Democrats don't have any problem telling people to hit the road. Okay, I saw it happen in Cobb County. We had an actual hardcore Republican that went to qualify as a Democrat, and the Democrat said, "No, we're not qualifying you. Hit the road." Well, then you got to sue. The best you can do is have them sign an oath saying that they'll uphold the principles of the Republican Party and that kind of thing. But for a county party, you need to be able to raise money, sock back the money for a rainy day for the lawsuits, because they're going to come. And if you deny qualifying someone, it is a risk that you're going to be hit with a lawsuit. And so that's a consideration. And with Tiffany Henyard, there are, or whatever her name is, Henyard, there was not a history to go on. And it's almost like, well, what do we have to do? Hire a private eye now to have them investigate these people? It takes a lot of nerve when you're a person like she is to show up to a local Republican party to qualify. And then it's like, well, you come at the last minute of the week of qualifying. You go to qualify, you say no, you're going to get hit with a lawsuit. You don't have a lot of time to
So I guess my
investigate.
question is, why didn't another Republican qualify to run against her and beat her in the primary?
Well, this goes to your point, John, of what the Republican Party does to a lot of the candidates. Look at some of the things we've had going on, and how people, instead of, like, if I ever run for public office, you're going to hear me say, I'm Sally Grubbs. Here's what I believe in. Here's my platform. Here's what I'm going to do for the people. I'm going to tell you what I can't do. I'm going to tell you what I can do. Here's my qualifications. I'm not going to say, look at that guy. He's a jerk. He did da 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 in 1962. He's related to so and so who had lunch with somebody, and here's a picture that I blasted on Facebook. The negative campaigning does have an effect on people, and the negative attacks really need to stop, because otherwise, when people step up to run, they don't want to go through it. And it is very difficult to find people to run in that kind of an environment. It's just very hard.
Well,
It is.
you could end that by going to ranked choice voting in a
Oh,
Republican.
John.
Here we go.
You could end it in 5 minutes because you couldn't attack anybody because you got to get their second vote. This is like the most no-brainer thing in the history of the world, is ranked choice voting in Republican primaries ends what you just said. Every week you come on and you say, this has got to stop. I have the solution. And then you want to tell me about Sarah Palin in Alaska, whose approval rating was 27%. It's nothing to do with that.
John,
Ranked choice voting is the answer to what you're saying.
Well, one day, will you promise me that we can do a show all about ranked choice voting?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'll set it up. We need to do a show on ranked choice voting because I think that there's a lot that we need to talk about.
For primaries, not for general. I'm 100% opposed to general. Primaries. Let's do it. I'll even give you an edge. You can get 2 other people. All I need is Chris Saxman. Me and Saxman will debate. Yourself, you can get 2 other people. Maybe we'll bring Dan in on our side because he's a believer. Maybe I'll get somebody else. But you bring in your people. I'll bring in mine. We'll have an open debate. We'll have Dan be the moderator. Dan, you can moderate the debate.
Let's rank the weeks that work best for us right now.
That was good. If I may interject,
where'd Holly
all you
go?
have to do to run as a Republican is show up to wherever you qualify, pay the qualifying fee, fill out the paperwork, and you're in. And I think to CJ's earlier point, there has to be. I think folks believe that if there are people running as Republicans, that the Republican Party has had something to do with vetting them, like to make sure they're an actual Republican and I know that gets into really, really tricky territory. I think we just need to figure out some things and talk to each other, like CJ said, and communicate respectfully.
You guys
and
don't
listen
require,
to other people's ideas and how we can figure this out.
You don't require signatures to get on the ballot?
What did you say?
You don't require signatures to get on the ballot, Republican signatures?
No, not in my county. No. The only people that require that have to go get signatures are if you're running as an independent or a libertarian, something like that.
So Sally, I could move to Georgia, say I want to run for governor, pay the filing fee, I'm on the ballot. I don't have to get like a bajillion signatures.
No, there's a residency requirement. Like if you were going to come and you were going to run for state senate or state house, you would have to have lived here for a year.
Right.
But no, you can show up down there and you don't have to get signatures. The only instance where you would have to get signatures is if you were going to run as a write-in candidate. And then you would have to get signatures. But other than that, no, you could just,
let's go back to Tiffany. So why, if there was concerns on the Fulton County Board of Commission that she was not a Republican qualifying for the Republican nomination in a Republican seat, why wouldn't there be 5 other Republicans running against her to try to win that seat? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
The thing is, I don't even know why she qualified as a Republican because, I can't answer that.
I wouldn't think that would help her in Fulton County, would it?
No, it wouldn't help her in Fulton County. I don't know the particulars of that exact seat. I would have to get some more information from you. But we are seeing that more and more, John. We're seeing that with some more controversial candidates where, like in Cobb County, we have some state house seats where they're just in a blue area. They're just, we have it on our commission. They're just in a blue area. I don't know why someone would come in and run as a Republican, but they're hedging their bets that just in case they're going to have a Republican running in that seat.
Oh, that's a problem.
Well, it's a big problem. And we have a big problem for anybody who's listening. We have a big problem in our municipalities. In the city of Marietta, there was an issue on a data center and the Democrats showed up in force. There were like over 300 people at our city council meeting, and they were led by the socialist, self-proclaimed, quote unquote, Democratic socialist, Gabriel Sanchez, who sits in the legislature. So there is a big problem in Georgia with these radicals running for these key positions. And they're getting in any which way they can, running for city council seats, running for mayor seats. It's happened in Athens. It's happened in the Savannah area. It's happened in Cobb County. Gwinnett County is a big hotbed for it, where these straight up communists are running for these seats and they're doing it any which way they can. It's very concerning.
Address this. We've got to figure this out.
Which is why we need to have conversations in Georgia. Conversations in Georgia. Within the Republican Party. What is a Republican? What do we stand for? Clearly define it. and come with different ways in which we can properly vet people. And so we have a problem now with infiltration. This is what I've been talking about for years. Years. It's easier for a Democrat to come into the Republican Party and get elected than someone like me. I am still, to this day, have to prove that I'm a Republican. But when a Democrat comes over to the Republican Party, oftentimes they're welcomed with open arms because you come off the plantation. Why is that? We have to figure out a way in which to vet these people and get qualified people who are ready to run, hit the ground at every level of government that are Republican. Those are facts.
Amen.
But it
Amen.
begins with conversation, open lines of communication. No ego
Well,
in the room,
absolutely.
but a will work in unity.
Well, and CJ, to that
Preach it.
point, it's like I said about Vernon. Is you've got somebody who goes and qualifies in Fulton County as a Republican, yet we're squabbling over whether Vernon was actually a Republican or not. And we have people repeating lies saying that, he's a Democrat. Well, he hasn't voted a Democrat ballot since before 2020. So we litmus test the wrong people. And we've got to look at actions. Now, Vernon has a history that I won't even get into. He has a long history in DeKalb County and that kind of thing. You want to talk about that, we can talk about that. But the qualification of whether someone is actually voting as a Republican, and to be honest, we have a lot of people that vote Republican and their actions are supporting Democrats. Let's look at some of the, you say the description. We have plenty of descriptions of what is a Republican. We have our platform, that aligns with the national platform for the RNC. And we have all of those things,
Right.
but then these people will go and vote in these huge high dollar transportation projects. They will vote in the data center issues. They have an R by their name. Their voting history shows that they're a Republican. However, they come in and they vote for these pro-Democrat policies. They write checks to support these projects that are anti-Republican, that are anti-conservative. So there's a lot of nuances there, John.
Well, Dan, they got to find a way to bring the Georgia Republican Party together. It's always tough the day after a tough primary, a tough runoff where, both sides are upset about what happened. And look, I mean, if you're Burt Jones today and you're part of his campaign, I mean, Burt Jones is, positioned to be governor for a very long time. I still think he has a chance. He's a very young man, so, he can always come back. But now, he's not lieutenant governor. He's not state senator. He's not the gubernatorial candidate. And now he's going to be on the sidelines, right? By the way, who won the lieutenant governor?
Greg Dolezal.
Greg Dolezal.
All right. See, we're happy about that, right? We got one, right? And I know you guys voted for Collins. You all voted for Collins, so I know you're happy with that. You guys are right. Look, Dolezal. Now he's talking about money. Dolezal didn't have any money. He had less money than anybody else. Got in a runoff. Did that ad on Sharia law, which a lot of people said was going to sink his campaign. It propelled his campaign. So he found an issue that people cared about across the state. And that one video he did propelled him to victory. Now he's in line to be the next Republican governor without a doubt. That guy's really great. So we're happy that he won, and we'll go from there. Go ahead.
With Dolezal, here's the thing. Greg Dolezal really spoke to the heart of, similarly to President Trump when he ran in 2016 after he combated Hillary, is saying the things that people were thinking but didn't have the guts to say themselves. Greg Dolezal came out and said those things. It was not politics as usual with him. He came out strong on the Sharia law issue. He's come out strong on the property tax issue. He said the things that people were thinking but were afraid to say themselves.
And that's how he won.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's how you ended up with Greg Dolezal, who is now going to be, one of our leaders in Georgia, without a doubt. He's going to be a great leader, and we got to have him on next week.
I tried to get him on this morning, John. I texted him, but I think he was probably sleeping in this morning.
I mean, yeah. I mean,
Let's hope so.
I mean, having gone to my campaign event last night with Dan, we exactly didn't roll in here at 5:30. Let me just put it that way. So we kind of get it, right? Yeah. Plus, I went to bed last night, Dan. I forgot to set the clock.
I almost had that same.
Yeah,
problem. I woke up in the middle of the night. Did I set my alarm? I don't think that I did.
Yeah, the only reason I got up at 5:30, I didn't take a shower, didn't shave because I shaved last night. Because when I have an event, I have to shave twice. It's just
me too. I
get the beard.
It just grows back really fast.
Yeah, I know.
So
I know.
Saw that testosterone.
That's right. The Mars.
The only way I got up today is Sammy jumped on me because like he gets his snacks at
yes.
I leave at like 5:15. He gets his snacks. It's 5:30, and like he doesn't get snacks. So he jumped on me and he's like walking around. I'm like, Cat, what is going on? And then the sun comes in. I'm like, crap, what time is it? It's like 5:35.
Oh wow.
I gotta be here in 20 minutes. So
is your cat named Sammy?
Yeah, it's my cat Sammy.
I had a cat named Sammy.
No.
I did. And then I named my daughter Samantha. And we call her Sammy. So yeah.
There you go.
Fun fact.
Sammy, it's a great name. Sammy, he's a great cat. He's killed 2 rats, but
they were also named Sammy.
And put him in retirement. Because when he gets a rat in the downstairs in the courtyard, then you got to take him to the vet to get that tetanus shot. Right?
Yeah.
When he kills the rats because he could get rabies.
Ugh.
So then and that's like $150.
Tetanus doesn't save you from rabies.
Well, whatever the rabies shot is, I don't know. Okay. I'm not a doctor, but all I know is I got to take him in his carriage to the vet, like 18 blocks away, and I got to give him $150. So like, I can't be paying $150 a rat. Like it's just, I'll go broke. So, we're done with that.
Hey, John, can we talk about where people need to go to sign up for the Georgia GOP rodeo that's happening this Saturday? It's GAGOP250.com. And it's this Saturday. It's going to be an actual real rodeo. And we're going to have bands and music. And also, Josh McCoon is going to have all of the candidates in the runoff. They're going to be on the same stage. So the winners are going to be with the losers. We're going to be all there to kick off the program. And I think it's going to be, we're going the night before. I think it's going to be a wonderful unifying event. It's really affordable. And so everybody can come to that if you can get there. So we hope to see you there.
So you're going to have all the runoff, like Vernon Jones will be there with Fleming. Dooley will be there with Collins. Burt will be there with Jackson, right? They're all
that is what I have been told. I know that they have all been invited, and we're anticipating that they're all going to be there. That is the hope, and that is what we're counting on.
Well, that's a good idea. Was that whose vision was that? Sally's?
I believe
Josh's?
that was Josh's. Was it not, Sally? I think so.
Actually, it was Caleb Groves. I mean, Caleb, who is the executive director. Caleb kind of had he was the brainchild of the event. So it sounds like it's going to be a great event. I'm going to be there helping, and so it should be a great time.
All right, so we've got two really key races. I mean, we're going to win the lieutenant governor's race. I don't see any way Bottoms beats Jackson. Am I wrong?
John, what's disappointing is this morning I've had a lot of people tell me, and it's not just that they were Burt supporters, they were not Jackson fans, that they are just not going to get out and vote in November.
Here we go again.
Mm-hmm.
What does that do? The Democrats never do that. Mm-hmm. Only we do that, right? And it's tough the morning after because you're upset. Like I'm not a Jackson supporter, but I am now because my alternative is Bottoms, who would be a disaster. She was a disastrous mayor. She'll be a disastrous governor. So I understand people are upset, but
we have amen. We have 4.5 months to change their hearts and their minds.
Staying home is not the answer. It's never the answer. Go vote. I agree. Jackson is our guy. He won, whether you think it was fair and square or not. He did spend the money he did when he's your nominee. Same thing with Collins. I mean, look, Dooley could never overcome the fact he didn't vote in 20 years. I mean, he just couldn't overcome it. When I had him on my show, he had a stock answer for it, but it rang hollow. It just couldn't. He couldn't overcome it, and he was not a very effective campaigner. Look, I thought Buddy Carter would have been a much better choice. I'd have voted for Buddy, and but he didn't even make the runoff. So now you gotta back Collins. The people back Dooley. It is what it is. Collins a nominee, and the alternative's Ossoff, who's got to go. So but I think Dolezal will win. Who's he running against?
Dolezal for Lieutenant Governor Josh McLaurin, who won on the who was a state senator that won on the Democrat side. I don't think that's going to be really an issue at all.
Yeah, Dolezal will win. Is it the end of Cosmo Man? Finally, is he finally out of my life?
Na 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 na. Hey hey hey, bye bye.
Jeff Duncan, Cosmo Man, annihilated in the Democrat. What a jackass he is, man. I'm so happy he's out. But look, our nominees in Georgia are nominees, and I hope Mike Collins will reach out to me. I'll certainly give him time on my show, and you just got to move forward. You got to move forward.
You know, John, I didn't know that was an issue, and I actually asked one of his campaign people, the one that Debbie Dooley loves so much, and I texted him. I said, I'd really like to get Mike on the show, and it was an interesting response.
No, they hate. But see, that doesn't serve any purpose. I don't hate Mike Collins. I don't like him personally. Like I wouldn't have supper with the guy. It's not my cup of tea. But he's our nominee. And so now I'm 100% behind him because that's the way. That's what you got to do. You got to back your nominee because the alternative's Ossoff.
Yeah.
But like you said, they hate me. But reach out.
I'll be working on that. Let me tell you.
Look. Brian Jack told me he'd fix it. He couldn't do it. That's why I don't think Collins will win because you gotta mend those fences and build those bridges to people to get a coalition. He's not going to do that.
That's our job. Let's work on that.
Good luck. Good luck doing it. But look, our nominees are clear. Fleming, congratulations. Greg Dolezal, great race. Rick Jackson, you're going to be the next governor. I think you'll do a really good job. You're an executive. Run the state well. And Mike Collins, you got to beat Ossoff, or he's going to be in there till we're all dead. Or he runs for president. One or the other. So let's hope Mike Collins will win. I want to thank the Peach Crew for being with us today. Little salty.
Wonderful to see you, ladies.
Little salty.
Good to see you.
They were a little salty.
That's okay.
Yeah, it's a tough night.
Michael Coleman, you're the best.
Pre-game show, 12:30. Dan's going to clean the office. See, it says up there, clean up.
That's right.
Dan's going to, when I come back, this thing is going to be like, I'm not even going to recognize it. Don't erase any of my whiteboards.
Okay.
Or you can't touch those.
That's right. Okay.
Don't touch those.
That's right. MC Hammer said you can't touch it. Okay, got it.
Can't touch this. 12:30, back at you. Michael Patrick Leahy next.